astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show. Yes, sir.
This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not. It is the first Thursday of the month. What does that mean? It means your girlfriend's on her period? No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't mean that. I lied. I wouldn't know her schedule. What does it mean? It means that today is February 1st, 2024, the first Thursday. And that means the new, now monthly show, Speaker's Corner, is upon us. I'm your host, Jaron from Jeranism, and I'm ready to hear your best ideas, your best theories, your rebuttals, your concerns, your comments, your commands, your name it, alerts, public service announcements, your secrets. How about your observations, your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, your fears, your shortcomings, your personal triumphs, whatever it is, this is the place to do it. Let's start out with some shout outs real quick just to the wonderful sponsors of the show, and then we're going to get right into it. I'll tell you how you can join me if you so wish. If you would like to do that. 1 second, as we've already got an issue from the beginning. A good start here. Got a new monitor, which is causing some headaches here, but I will fix it in a second. And we'll be right with you. We can do that one. There we go. Doom. All right. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys are going to come on the show tonight. I haven't heard any bells yet. Anybody showing up ready to be on from StreamYard, but we'll check that in 1 second. I'm just resquaring the screen up. Don't ever get a new monitor if you have OBS. If you do, well, you'll have to change everything, so it's not fun. It's better just leave your old monitor. Just keep the same monitor for the rest of your life is what I'm trying to say. JJCBDRub.com is the place to get the very awesome JJ's Natural CBD Rub. He is JJ Hempcrete Bear. Grows his own stuff over there at a no-till, back-to-Eden gardening method in Wisconsin with his family. Why would you go anywhere else? The question is, you would never dare. And that's a good thing. We also got thcshow.live. Check that out. Put that over there. There you go. Click, check it out. Go to the store, and you can use the coupon code Jaron420. Oops, I went to the channel. That's not where I wanted to go. Let's go back here again. Go here, shop THC merchandise. There we are. Now it'll take you to the Etsy store. You can get one of these very cool LED backpacks, or maybe LED hat, maybe this high vibrations t-shirt or hoodie. And you can use coupon code Jaron420 and get 10% off. And what's cooler than that? Well, 20% off, 30% off, 40% off. But we're not really keeping track of like what's cool and what's not. That's rude to do, so we don't do that. And we have our last sponsor is a brand new sponsor of the show, and that is the Tinfoil Hat Factory. And how do you become a sponsor of the show? You send me free gear. And when you do that, I'm pretty happy. And then I say, oh, I'll announce you on the next couple shows because I like free hats and free sweaters and free anything. If it's free, it's for me, and I'll take 3. Okay, let's just say that. All right, let's see what's going on with everybody. Let me bring you on this screen. We've got our clock is ready to go. Yes, we are on the February 2024 edition. Let's check if anybody's in the chat that we recognize, or is it all crazy people, which we still might recognize them. We've got low view count to start. We'll give it just a couple of seconds. Let's pop out this chat and see who's there. Say hello to all you fantastic people. This show is brought to you today by Supreme Simp Matt. Now I always forget his name. The I don't want to call him Matthew Barnes. That's how little he means to me. The what is a woman guy? I'll just put it that way. Okay. He is a moon landing believer. Can you believe it? I don't know how you do that. All right, we've got Justin Johnson in the house. What's up? Charlie's here. Good. Charlie's here. Sarah Breslin in the house. My son's birthday is 2/2. That's a nice birthday. My favorite number is 22. Due to the great left-hander Will the Throw Clark, base it up the middle against the Cubs. I'm sorry. And we've also got High King Clouds. I like the name. Also giving a shout out to JG Hemcrete Bear, who's in the house. What's up? He made it Flat Gang. Joan Margaret in the house. What's up, Joan? How are you? Hope you're well. We've got Day Trooper GW. What's up? The Earth is still flat. Yes, that's not going to change. Mr. 1-to-1. It's free and I'll have 3 as well. So that's 6. So you only have to give 6 away. We're still good. We've got just crazy people here. All right, I like that. It's kind of I fit right in with that. Just Joe Biden showed up in Michigan today, and things are just wonderful. I bet. Yeah, he pretty much if he graces you with his presence, you've been blessed by an angel. That's the way I look at it. So, anybody else in here? Let's see. It's a quiet crowd. How about who's over there at Rokfin? Hello to Rokfin. What do we got? We've got Zephyr in the house. We've got Danik Smither in the house. Flat Earth Kraka. That's racist. We've got Elijah Varela. How's the son, brother? I'm having my first son next week. Congratulations. Awesome. You've got working sperm. That's good. Congratulations on that. Glad you're not having a girl, in which case your sperm does not work. That's what I've heard. These are rumors I've heard. All right, let's see who we've got over here on the show. We are going to go ahead and get it started. So how's it going to work tonight? We've got a 4-minute clock. Let's put the 4 minutes on the clock. Make sure that's working. Yes, let's make sure we reset that, though. Do I need to start yet? Okay, we got 4 minutes. Can you show up on the screen? Not 5. What's going on? 1, 2, 3, 4. Play. What is the weirdest thing that's going on here? This happened yesterday, and let's see if it wakes up. What am I tripping out on here? That's my clock, yes. Let's reset it. I go 21 minutes, 27 minutes. Let me see if I can figure out why this is not working. Activated, yes. Oh, wait. No. Is that why? No. I wonder why. Let me try this one. Properties. Let's go refresh browser when scene becomes active. See if that fixes it. Refresh cache of current page. All right, there we go. At least we got 41 minutes to show now. That's closer. And let's get it to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go. Good. We're good. Okay, we're ready there. We got 4 minutes. You're going to come on. You can say anything you want. Comment how you want. Oh, I didn't tell you how to get here. You can go to tinyurl.com/cornerism. I'll put that on the screen for you. Do I have a graphic for it? I might, to believe it or not. Is it this one? No. This is join the show. Yes, there it is. We got something. How about that one? There we go. tinyurl.com/cornerism. That'll get you on the show. Or if somebody asked me and they said, well, now that you're doing it monthly, if I can't make it that day, but I want to say something, can I send in a video? I said, that's a great idea. Absolutely. So you can go to, if you look at the description of this video on YouTube, if you scroll down there, I'm trying to find it myself, go down to the description, you'll see it says to join the show, tinyurl.com/cornerism, and it says to send in a question or comment, go to this form. And if you click that form, it'll take you to this page for now. And are you looking at that? I should probably check. No, you're not. How about there? Good enough. It basically says February 2024 edition. You basically enter your comment or statement or whatever you want me to read. If it's some story or some whatever, do you allow me to read it on the show? Please add links or anything else I need. And then if you need to upload a file or some sort of a video, maybe you made a video message, you can do that here, hit submit, and I'll check all these by the end of the show. And you can also do something anonymously that way. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk. And you are the people, and you're going to talk. I'm telling you. Just like the CIA told the guys on the moon landing, talk. Because they weren't talking, and got to get them to talk. All right, let's see who is over here. Is there anybody on the StreamYard? We got 2 people. All right, we're going to bring in, that's not going to work like that. Let's see if we can get them on the show. Okay, we're going to try this one, yes. And they're there. What is this in the background? Hold on, something is not right. This one off? Nope. This one? Nope. Right, it's gonna have to do. Let's bring on our first guest. Oh, they left. Let's bring on our second guest. Flat Balance. Flat Balance. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Jaren, how you doing, man?
Doing great, thanks. Yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, so basically the reason I'm coming to your show is because I just want to present 2 very short videos. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me. Do you have links, or are you going to show them on your screen?
I will have to show them on my screen.
Okay.
So,
what is the time? They both kind of small?
yeah, one is like 1.5 minutes, and the other is like, I don't know, 30 seconds, something like that.
Okay, let's do it. Whenever you're ready, you can share your screen, and I'll see it pop up down there. I'll turn you on.
So I just hit present, or?
Yep, hit present, and then if there's sound, make sure you click when you hit share screen. There's a little button in the bottom left that says also share tab audio, and then either it's on or off. You should see that.
Okay, you know what? I don't need the audio, so I will just do it like that. I don't see that thing there.
Okay.
Okay, so
Don't see it yet.
also share tab audio.
Yeah, you can click that on if you want.
So this will share only the audio in the current tab in my browser, or?
Yep.
Okay, that doesn't matter then. So yeah, I cannot. The share button is grayed out.
Usually that's because you have to give it permissions. I don't know. Are you using a Mac or PC?
PC.
So up in the URL bar, all the way to the right, there's usually a little picture of like a computer. You can drop that down, and it says allow streaming, access to your camera and microphone. If you go to URL bar, all the way at the end of the URL bar, there's usually like a little icon.
I have just like a microphone icon saying this page is accessing your microphone.
I don't know. And try it one more time. Just go to present, or you can put the link in the chat if you want, and I'll bring it up. Do you see where it says private chat over on the right?
Yes,
So
but
click.
it's not a link. It's on my computer. So
Oh, the video's on your computer.
yeah.
You can, I believe, doesn't it? If you hit present, then there's one of the buttons says video file.
Oh yeah.
Try that way.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. We haven't started the clock because we don't really have anybody waiting. We do have Matt. Matt's up next.
Yeah. So yeah, I can play both videos. This is actually great. So
Okay.
I just select the first one and hit open, right?
Correct. That
Okay,
should do it.
Okay, so it's loaded now. What do I do?
Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to add to the stage.
Yeah. Okay, hit pause just for a second so I can explain. Or no, I can hit pause. Sorry. So this is basically something I came across like maybe 6 months ago. It's an awesome channel. The guy is making some experiments which are he's basically taking sand and dust and things like that and putting like metal plates over it.
Okay.
And running some electricity through the plates. And basically it creates these cool shapes which are very similar to landscapes we see here on Earth. So I think this is definitely something interesting. So I'll just let the video play. I think you get the idea.
Okay.
See this right here? It's like
Wow, it looks like the trees.
the trees, yeah, like I don't remember it. I think it's Nevada or something like that.
They're all over, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks just like them. I mean, it's
So basically, it looks like the basalt columns too. So basically, they just applied some electricity and then kind of lifted the plate off the top of it.
yes. And here are some. I just clipped a few moments so you can get an idea. I will tell you what is the channel right after the video is done. And this is some experiments with water now. This I see
Wow.
a bowl or something, metal bowl. And this is a little bit sped up just for the sake of being on air right now. So
Yeah, those look like a lot of a lot of features we see.
yeah, it's just like my mind was blown when I saw it the first time. It was like, wow. And
Wow.
if you check the lighting, it kind of looks like the moon a little bit here, but we have some features here on Earth too. So
Yeah, lots of those. That was a good video. Okay. What's the channel name?
okay, the channel name is Mr. So it's MR2.
MR.
CUSF,
Wait, hold on. You said MR2?
MR2
Uh-huh.
CUFF 2. It basically reads like Mr. Tutuf 2, something like that.
Okay. Got it. And you said it's Mr. 2, then CUSS?
No, MR,
Yep.
the number 2,
Right.
then T like Terminator, UFF.
UFF. Mr. 2
Yes.
Tough 2.
Yes.
Okay. I got it. I like it.
Okay,
You know-
and yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what I want to see is have you seen the people that use the super solar charger or the super solar burner where they basically take an old Fresnel lens off of a TV, fold it in such a way, and then they get the sunlight coming through and it can just burn straight through rocks or anything?
I think I've seen this. You have shown it some.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see him do it with the moon because, everybody who says the moon is cold, well, if we get one of those and you can't increase the temperature any degrees, then it goes without saying that the moon is not lit by the sun. But if it does increase in temperature, then I would say it probably is the sun. But we just need somebody to do that for us. So if you know anybody with a Fresnel lens or want to reach out to that guy on his YouTube, he gets like 300,000 views a video where he's just basically always burning shit. People like to see shit burn. Okay, but let's see the other one.
Okay, so the other one is just a NASA fail, just for the fun of it.
Gotta love NASA fails.
Yeah, so
I don't know how you get the other video up. You just have to figure that out. Matt, stay right there. We'll be with you. Up next. Again.
yeah, sorry, Matt.
It's all right. To join the show, tinyurl.com/cornerism, or you can fill out the form at the link in the description, and I will read it in front of everybody, unless it sucks, in which case I'll stop reading. Are you sharing, or what's going on?
I just uploaded.
Oh, I see it. There you go.
Okay, so this is basically what it says. Cassini launch. It's basically a toy. You will spot.
Launch command
Okay.
systems now enabled.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that looks like a miniature to me for sure.
Yeah,
Vehicle is armed.
now here comes the most speed. It's hilarious.
Wow.
T-minus 1 minute, 15 seconds.
And
That didn't look real at all.
Main safety systems are armed.
just wait now. See that?
Oh my goodness. It's a toy.
T-minus 1 minute.
It's a toy. Now it's going.
Green board. All systems go.
What's flickering behind it? That was weird. I just showed the other night the guys that make these little toy
T-minus
models.
15 seconds. T-minus 10.
T-minus. I agree with whoever was saying it the other day. Like, they say all this stuff just to make you lost in the head, just like it's so important. And these guys have no inflection in their voice. T-minus 15 seconds. Afterburners on, and we have liftoff. It's like, oh boy.
9.
A little. It was somebody smoking a cigarette. Let me watch it again. I think somebody just blew a bong hit through the top of this thing. That was great. Let's watch this. Here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Jesus, that's like a little fire
on a
cracker.
1,000,000,000 trek to Saturn.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, it's going sideways.
Yeah, so that's basically it. Like, I just saw it before and I thought I should just share it.
Yeah, you should. Anything like that is funny. I'll get that and put it on NASA Comedy Hour. Very hilarious. All right, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Matt. Matt, welcome to the show. Matt, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Just one sentence. You should consider unblocking people in your chat because they can't super chat you. That's all.
Okay, well, who? I need to know. I need to know who. I don't moderate my own chat. You know, there's moderators in there. So
no,
moderators.
Like I can't super chat you.
Yeah, no, but I need to know your channel name so I can unblock you.
No, you should consider just unblocking everybody and then reblocking because you'll lose super chats.
Wait, consider unblocking everyone and then reblocking?
Yep. Hard restart.
I don't think that's probably going to happen. But you're welcome to give me your channel name and I'll unblock you right now. Huh?
I'm Matt. Matt, that's it.
That's your channel name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll try and find Matt. So if I search Matt in a
I'm
channel.
just saying in general, it's not just about me. I don't give a fuck, but.
Yeah, well, I do, but I can't unmute everybody. There's people that would come in and just curse everybody out and call everybody a bunch of names. So we don't want them to spoil the party.
I'm just saying you could just like unblock everybody, put your mods on kill mode, and just because you're probably missing quite a substantial amount of super chats even from haters.
I don't know about that, but I certainly there's one. Certainly
me?
there's you. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's other people who have asked to be
it's more than me, bro. I doubt everybody that thinks the same thing I'm thinking calls you.
Yeah, that's true. No, you got a good point. I will look for Matt in the list of unblock, and I'll unblock you if that's your channel.
Bro, I'd unblock everybody and then just have your mods ban everybody. A bunch of people will get through that would otherwise super chat.
Unban everybody and then tell the mods what?
Just to ban everybody that spams or just ban everybody hard.
But they already did that. That's what they've done.
I'm saying it's probably just like a maintenance thing.
Okay, like every once in a while, clear it. I think I did for Bob's thing, Bob's funeral thing. I think I cleared everybody on my channel. But I'll look again and see how many are on there, and we will get you cleared so that you can send me some. You can do Cash App. You're not blocked there.
I don't have Cash App.
Oh, okay. Well, I will try and find you, Matt. Lo siento, lo siento.
Okay.
Anything else for me?
Nah.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Well, those are our opening 2 calls. We got increased calls, didn't we, by doing this monthly? Okay, I lied. Charlie!
Hey, what's happening? Am I next?
You're up already. You're on the show already, man. It's that quick.
Oh, man, check it out. I got my own theme song tonight.
Which
Big
one?
ups, guys.
You want to battle me on the microphone? Leave that crack alone. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Man, is that you rapping? No.
That's a little bit from me from the OG Charlie.
Wow, OG used to rap, huh? Used to lay it down. Used to
no,
throw
I drum.
Oh, okay. Drums. I don't mind drums. I like drums. I like the drums.
I wanted to take some time to, if I could send you a couple of links on the chat.
Sure.
Maybe you could put them up because I'm not too savvy when it comes to, navigating through the computers. You know that, man.
Yes, I know that. So where are you going to put them? Thank you for the donations the last couple of weeks. Really appreciate it.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's from the people.
It's from the people,
hyperlink,
nice.
Right?
I like the people. Good people. No, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. And I would be a store manager at a drugstore telling people to put masks on. So I really appreciate it. And there's a couple of you that do it a lot, and I'm more thankful to you than anybody. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Sharon. No problem with that.
Are you going to put
send those 2 links in the chat, and then I can just give a little discussion. These are videos about commercials, companies telling about, in plain sight, truths.
Okay.
And these truths have to do with like flat earth type stuff.
Okay.
So this never gets old, but we need to share that more and more corporations or the obvious, I mean, they're putting it out there in our face, and we just got to understand what we're seeing when we see these things.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I'm about.
I like it.
Can you see the first one I sent you?
Let me see. I didn't see anything here. I see in the chat. I just see somebody say, "I just have one sentence to say." What chat are you talking about?
The live chat.
On YouTube.
In YouTube.
Oh no, I got to go there.
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Sorry
Can you
about that.
send links on YouTube? Okay, there you go. Got it. Okay,
I
that
should
one's
be
it.
able to. I sent two of them. Look for the first one. So this company is called Frontier Communications, and during Super Bowl last year, they made a commercial with it's kind of a strange actor, Matthew McConaughey, and it's about he's telling us forget space, everything happens here on Earth.
Yeah.
And it's quite no, it's not that one, it's the other one. We should do the other one first.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I didn't see another one. Let me go back
Please.
to the chat. And okay, see the other one. This is the Interstellar one. You want to watch this one first? Or sorry.
Yeah, the Interstellar one. Are you aware of this commercial? Maybe folks have seen it. I saw it one time. I didn't really understand it at the time when I saw it.
I don't think so.
But then I went back to look at it, and man, it's so obvious.
Okay, here we go.
The boundary of human achievement. The new frontier.
Cheers to the panel. Salutes to the chat. And we drink Space Dust beer here. The only real Space Dust is Space Dust beer.
It's time to engage.
I've never seen this.
Time to plant more trees.
Oh, you gotta get the volume, man.
No, they can hear it. You might not.
Time to build more trust.
They can hear it at the YouTube feed, though.
Time to make more space for all of us. So while the others look to the metaverse and Mars, let's stay here and restore ours. Yeah, it's time to blaze our trail. Because the new frontier, it ain't rocket science. It's right here.
Oh, I gotta throw that at the end, though. All right, I like it. Yeah, they hide these little bits of, I guess you can call them truth when they're not really that truthful. But let's bring you back on here. Where'd you go?
Social media is a very powerful tool.
Quiet down there. All right, you want to do the next one now?
Yeah, the next one is sure.
Okay.
So it's the same company, and in your face, now they're telling you the Earth is flat, but they got a guy, kind of the weird guy, but he's actually the truther, and they're making him out to be a stranger because they use other like conspiracies, but all the while they just throw it in our face. Oh yeah, the flat Earth, yeah, it's real. And then they go back to the commercial. Oh, Frontier Communicate, it's like they just throw it out there.
This is hard
Enjoy
to
it.
accept, but aliens are living in Stonehenge.
Come on, this is coming from the guy who uses cable internet.
With upload speeds slower than downloads?
They've mastered the art of mind control, and they have disguised themselves as Bigfoot flattening the Earth.
How can you believe in that?
In flat Earth, of course.
No, cable. Why pay full price for slower uploads?
Frontier Fiber gives you equal speeds.
Come on, that's crazy talk.
Believe in change. Uncable yourself. Get faster upload speeds with Frontier Fiber 2 gig. Plus, get $200 on us.
Well, they like to throw it in there. Yeah, I don't know if they do it just to poke fun. I think they get a kick out of it. What do you think?
I think they understand what's happening and they do it that way on purpose to poke fun, but in all reality, they're telling us truths because they have to.
Right, because they already know. We already know it, right? So they.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave talks about. He has a phrase that they got to kind of tell you these truths.
Right.
Something about the method.
Yeah. Revelation of the method.
Revelation of the method. Thank you.
Yes,
and that's what I see, and I think there's going to be more and more of this stuff. But you just got to kind of look out for them.
Yeah, once you're awake, I mean, it's so much easier to go through this stuff because we saw COVID a mile away when nobody else could see it.
I saw this commercial. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what I was going to say. Go ahead.
I saw this commercial in December, and it took me about 3 weeks to try to find it. So they may use it in the Super Bowl. I don't know. It's a short little skit, but I wanted to see it again because I couldn't believe what I heard back then, right? And I wanted to let people aware of the show or the commercial so they could see it.
I already saw some problem. Where do you stand on sports being completely scripted? Because the thing that I've seen this week that's kind of upsetting is I saw a bunch of people 2 weeks ago predicting who was going to be in the Super Bowl. They got it wrong, so now they just changed it. Now they're all predicting, we knew ahead of time it was going to. It's like, wait a second, you said last week it was going to be the Niners and the Atlanta, and I'm not Atlanta, Baltimore. And then when that didn't happen, now you're like, we knew the whole time. They're like doing the Jake Gibson talk about it after it happens. Oh, that's real tough. I mean, you could take any event, go look at the numbers and say, look, this guy scored 30 points and they won 30 home games. And I mean, it's like, no, you have to be able to predict things ahead of time. That's the mark of a of a find, not after the fact. But anyway, I don't know how you feel about that.
I think there is some influence when it comes to refs in some places. This is what I think. I mean, if we still
That's
got
no
time,
doubt.
I don't know, my time might be up.
Yeah, we got.
But I'm thinking this. Everybody rehearses, athletes, sport, or just actors, and everybody who's entertainers, they rehearse. So the show is a very good show, top notch.
Yes.
So I can't help but think this. When football is being done or whatever, they do plays, right? And the opposite team does plays too. So everybody's kind of in on it. When they call play 5, they already know what the defense is. They already know, and they play 5. Everybody just executes the play, kind of like on stage, a theater. Sometimes the people miss, sometimes the people make it, but it comes out to be a good show. So I'm leaning towards it could be fixed. I think both teams understand what play is going to happen, and they make it very good. Like wrestlers. We were fooled by wrestlers when we were kids. This is adult wrestling for adults. It's very convincing, but they could be just a bunch of actors.
Could be.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've always been told, and I'm gonna have to think back to my playing days, is whether or not actually faking it would make you susceptible to injury. Because they say that would happen. They say if anybody let up for just a second in football, they would get injured, which I would think would be the case. But that's why I don't think you can't just go through the motions. Like even in wrestling matches, those guys are trained athletes. They know how to land, right? They know, and that's all choreographed. So they can. So you'd have to say that football is completely choreographed, which would be. It could be. It could be.
I wonder. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it seems very convincing, but I wonder.
Yeah, what I don't think is happening is there is no magnetic poles. People keep saying that there's magnets in the field goal poles, but then if that were the case, don't sit in the first 10 rows, or else you're going to lose your chain.
Yeah,
you know?
What down here, you know.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Charlie.
Hey, cheers, guys.
Later.
Salutes, everybody. Bye.
Up next, we've got the one and only. What do you know? It's time for Tony Coriolis. Tony.
Yo yo.
How are you, my friend?
Hey, doing good?
Are you in the closet?
No.
Thank goodness.
Near the closet. I got like a desk built into the closet with my grandma Coriolis computer I told you about.
Nice, Grandma Coriolis.
Yeah.
Is it Grandma Almanac Coriolis?
No, Almanac's just me. I put that on myself.
Okay.
But that's gonna be part of my call. You'll see.
I'm ready. Go.
So you can start my timer whenever.
It started.
Okay. So, okay, right off the bat, Almanac thing for Brenda to do. Since Brenda said to the question that yo-yo thing.
Yo-yo D-spin.
Rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, sure. Say that stopped the spinning. She still is acting like it kept on going past, and then the Farmer's Almanac last year says that it only went up 73 miles.
Okay.
So, Brenda, go ahead, contact the Almanac people. Tell them they got it wrong.
Yeah,
Please
keep going. Come on.
amend that in the book, Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda.
Since you know so well.
But Brenda knows all. There's no God.
Exactly.
It came from nothing,
And-
and nothing is whatever that. What's the guy? The rapist's name? The rapist scientist, Lawrence Krauss. Whatever he says about, because Lawrence Krauss says you can get something from nothing as long as you have gravity and quantum something else, and then it's like, oh, okay, that's nothing. These guys make a lot of sense. They make a lot of sense.
But okay, so me, I like 73. The flat Earth coin I showed you, I don't think it's going to show you the 73. I got coin number 73.
Okay, I think I got 122.
Nice.
Yes.
So yeah, I got coin 73, and then in Latin it says on it, the sky is the limit on the coin, and I got number 73. That's as high as the go fast rocket went. So
Nice.
73 is kind of what I'm claiming.
Why is
I
that
hope
your
it's-
favorite number?
Huh?
Is that your favorite number?
It is.
And why is that? That's the first time I've ever heard that as a favorite number for somebody.
Yeah, I've always liked 73. I even got a old jersey back here, a Pirates jersey that says 73 on it.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and I've just always liked 73. And then what was the guy's name who just called in?
Which guy just called in?
The last guy, right before me.
I don't remember. Did I say his
Drinking
name?
the space dust.
Oh, I don't know.
You were just talking to him. But that guy, he gave me the first Tony Coriolis call out. One time I called in about something kind of flat Earth related.
Really?
The next week he gave me a call out for it. So I appreciate him. And they got another beer called Moon Juice.
Oh, you're talking about
that
Charlie.
is- Huh?
Charlie.
The last guy.
Yeah, Charlie. Okay.
like they got a moon juice beer. It's 7.3%, and I was talking that up in my aunt's bar. My aunt's got a bar, and she works there. So I was talking that up. She said 7.3 is my birth weight. I've told you that before.
Wow. 7 pounds 3 ounces,
I told
huh?
you that, and then you said I was an underweight baby, or
No, that's not very
you said
big.
you were heavier or something.
I was quite a bit bigger than that. Yeah, I think I went into double digits. So did my son.
Yeah.
Big boy, big boy.
So yeah, either way, I like 73, a whole bunch, and then I got a couple other little things.
So what would you say if I told you to stop drinking?
If you told me?
Yeah.
You put out that whole 100 things that I hate
Yes.
video. And there's a bunch of things that you said that, Jaron, I respect you as, a good role model kind of guy. I think so. And there's a bunch of things you said there. And yeah, drinking's on the list at some point. And, I'm not a heavy drinker, but this waste management is coming up next week. So, yeah.
You get a drink for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but, I hear you out at some point. And,
It is a poison.
Week. You're going to be updated.
It is a poison. So that's the thing. You just think about it, that it's you. I mean, again, I'm all for anything in moderation. So as long as you're not heavily drinking or drinking multiple times a week, I don't think it's the end of the world. But you'll be much better off if you don't.
Yeah, and I, sometimes, even though I don't drink all the time, sometimes I drink a whole bunch more, And,
Right. I can see you being a drinker. I think that I didn't see you a lot in Vegas because you were mostly at the bar drinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I didn't see you around the bar. Yeah.
No, I don't drink.
I
so.
even offered to buy you a beer. Yeah.
Don't drink, so. Thank you for that offer, though. It's like somebody who said.
No problem. I offered Dave Murphy too. He doesn't drink either.
No, I'm trying to remember what was said yesterday. It was funny that I was telling my wife, I'm like, I should just do that. Oh, I know what it was. Never, it's mean for me to say, but somebody told me they're probably watching the show, and now I started telling the story, so I got to tell the story. But they messaged me to say, hey, just to let you know, you're the reason I got into crypto, and I'm doing really well right now. And if I ever make it big, if I ever make it rich, I'm going to be sure to hook you up. So I'm like, all right, thanks, bro. And then I told my wife, I'm like, I would rather people don't say that to me. Just don't say that, because none of it ever happens. So just don't, like, I don't go around telling people, like, hey, Tony, you know what? If I ever win the lottery, I'm going to give you 80% of it, bro. Because I like you so much. 80% of the entire lottery winnings I win is going to you. All right?
Although, you know what? I will say to you, I hope that I get really famous, and then that hat does sell. And I had, a thought on how to maybe just increase the sale value of it.
Well, so far we went to 300 to 200, so what happened there?
Yeah, I know.
Still
and
no bids.
You know what?
Maybe my phone number's wrong or something.
Well, I can just say I will include my personal. You'll have Tony Coriolis' phone number if you buy that hat.
Wow.
And if you go to Flatsoberfest, I will buy you dinner. Don't go all fancy pants on me, but I'll
right.
have dinner with you.
See, Red Lobster or less. Red Lobster or under. Right. Nothing fancy than Red Lobster.
Yeah, I could talk forever on how my eating style. My eating style's not the best, as you said. The whole thing. That was part of the thing we talked about too.
Yeah, it's tough one.
I'll buy
Food's
you
good.
dinner. And you got my phone number, so that's included in with the hat if you buy it.
Ever done a fast before?
I did 24 hours. Just as I call into coffee talk all the time.
Yeah.
And I heard that Dr. Narco Longo guys say that you should feast on a full moon and then fast on a new moon.
Oh.
And just for a new moon, the first new moon of this year, I did 24 hours. And yeah, dude, it was so hard. And then I heard about the 72-hour one. I didn't get the stuff, everyone's talking about.
Yeah, the blends.
Yeah, did you do it? Because you did 72.
Yeah, we did 72. Yeah, it was good. And I was afraid. I was afraid we weren't make it, but that's because last time I did 24, I was dying to eat, and they are right. After you got past that 24, the rest was kind of easy. I mean, a couple times we'd get kind of hungry a little bit, and we would just drink some water with the salts and then get over it. But I didn't want to go further.
Yeah, first new moon of this year, I was so hungry once I hit 24, and we were outside digging holes and stuff. Dude, I was really exhausted. So
I was digging holes too.
I'm not a pro with it, but I'm going to be messing with it more this year.
All right, I'm gonna let you go. Oops, we did have somebody behind you. Now they left.
Hey,
All right.
one last little second thing.
Yep. There's nobody behind you.
So the whole Matt Walsh thing.
Yeah.
Calling out flat people. I got another guy for you. I'm gonna message you it on Telegram. Dr. Shiva. You know him?
Yeah. He's
Dude,
friends with Owen. I thought him and Owen are close.
He's done stuff with Owen, with Sam Tripoli and everything, but yesterday he just did a stream, how to not be fooled, and then in it he's talking shit on flat. So I'll send you the timestamp,
please,
for it on Telegram.
I'll make another video about him too. People are going crazy, man. People are going
totally
crazy.
Yeah. I mean, he's running for president, and if I'm okay.
Did you see Owen? Did you see Owen go off on high impact flicks?
Yeah, I did. I was watching Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
Oh, I like him.
About it.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Dave. No more people. Right now, we need to end the name Dave. You cannot name your kid Dave ever again. We have enough Daves in the world. Wait 40 years, and then we'll start up Daves again. But not right now. No more Daves.
Yeah, someone said they're having a boy. Not Dave.
Okay, not Dave.
Yeah. Someone in the chat said they're having a boy, but yeah.
Yes.
All right, man. Peace out.
Peace.
I'm calling in.
Later.
Later.
Alrighty, that was Tony Coriolis, and I didn't have time to get ready for his theme song on the way out of here, and no, we didn't do it. Oh well, we don't need it. All right, the phone lines are open. I can show you something in the meantime, and then we will keep going. Again, let me check the online, see if anybody submitted anything, and if not, then we can show you a couple things, and if nobody comes on the show, then we wait until March, whatever that'll be. Gosh. So let's see here. There's 29 days this February. That's means that the 29th will be on Wednesday. So I'm guessing it'll be March 6th. That'd be really impressive if I figured that out in my head. Let's see. March 6th, is that the first? I could be off on that one. Let's check calendar. March. It is March 7th. Boo. Jaron, boo. March 7th will be Speaker's Corner, 6 p.m. Pacific. Get your stuff in order and bring it on the show. All right, let's check out the form, which is, well, it was here. And where did it go? Form. All right, let's go click on the actual video then. If you're going to hide it from me, there it is. It's in the description on YouTube. If you want to fill out the form, is there any answers yet? Let's see here. Where is my answers? We've got, I can't tell. Doesn't it usually tell me how many submissions? Let me go this way. Get rid of that. Let's go to forms, and we've got, no, that's Google Docs. I want forms. Forms, I tell you. Okay, Google Forms. Yes, the show is brought to you by everyone I named earlier. So we thank them. We thank them a lot. Did I miss anybody earlier? THC show? No, I got everybody. And definitely check out the Flat Earth or the tinfoil hat factory, which gave me this very cool hat. And if you want to bid on Tony Coriolis' hat, the starting bid is $200, and no one's bid that yet. But with that, you get a signed Tony Coriolis hat, plus he'll buy you dinner and be your best friend, which is super cool. Super cool. All right, let's see if we got it here. Go to forms, yes. And there we go. Let's see if there's anybody who submitted that. My guess will be no. Let's see response. Oh, there is one response. Let's get in there and read it. Got it. Thank you. Wow, this is long. Nice. Okay, let's see what it was for. All right, we got yes. He agreed to that. He gave me a link. I'm going to put this in my here. Okay, and no upload. Let's read what he's got to say. Here it goes. He said, "Hi, Jaren. Just wanted to say I'm a big fan of your channel. I wanted to ask you if you have seen the video on Space Audits and Ether Cosmology's channel about the model builder that extrapolated the GPS flight data from flights all over the world. And by doing live GPS pings, he found out that the planes on the southern routes were flying over 850 miles per hour, and the Flight Radar 24 website was lying and misreporting their speeds by nearly 350 miles per hour less than what they were actually flying, and were cooking the books on the flight GPS data. As I know this would come as no surprise to you because I already know you are already aware of the jet streams and how pilots use them to their advantage, especially on southern flights, and provided some content on them. But this is actual objective proof that they're flying much faster speeds than what were being reported. Reason I was mentioning this video is because of a few times I've seen southern flights come up in a conversation on some of yours, Witsit or Dave Weiss's interview and debate episodes, and you guys will explain the jet streams of southern flights, but the people asking the question usually are asking for actual proof of planes flying faster than these speeds, or the distance of flight times don't reflect those speeds, or planes can't fly that fast, etc., etc. This is actual proof of much faster plane flight speeds on southern flights, and also drastically changes the actual distance between South America and Australia, and I feel like it would be a great information to bring up this topic on southern flights when it comes up, and people don't believe commercial jets can fly that fast. Maybe you have already seen this video, but I will link it here in case you haven't. I know you have always had open lines of communication with Austin, Dave Weiss, Melodome, and other members of the FE community, and I thought it would be great to get this information out to all of them, as well as the Flat Earth community that's listening. Thank you, Steve Zissau. We do appreciate that. I'm going to check out this video here. I've heard about it over and over again. I just have not checked back in and watched it.
Sure. Yeah, we have.
Oh, that was it. Okay. It's a long video, so I will watch it. I'm just looking through it now at the little thing here. Looks like it's comprehensive. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Okay, we will check that out. That is on Space Audits from 5 months ago. The model builder presents GPS plane data on ether cosmology, so I'll definitely check this one out. Not right this second because we're in the middle of the show, but soon we will do that. I'm putting this in my list. Thank you. I'll check that out. Gracias, gracias. Okay, we got this one. Oh, another one came in. Okay. We're not doing any questions about any of that. Thank you, though. Thank you. Okay. Yep, any of those. Let me give you this real quick because I think this is excellent. If you haven't seen this before, we'll do this. If you want to join THC show, tinyurl.com/cornerism. This is a great, this is what we need more of. So somebody went to a linguistics expert and had them look into Neil Armstrong's and Buzz Aldrin's body language and speaking skills when asked questions about the moon. The person went into the system thinking, or went into the whole evaluation thinking we went to the moon, thinking that Neil and Buzz went there. And then after he assessed both of their speaking patterns, he now says there's no way. They both are clearly telling stories that are not in line with what any of us would ever expect of somebody who's asked those questions, who's actually been there. And I thought it was a good little part to hear. I'm just wondering if this is the right part. Let me see where we're at here. Earlier I was having some issue with the site getting the video to play through. We're going to see, I don't know if it's this one or this one.
From the statement, the use of passivity is found in concealing identity.
Yeah, this is so good. So good.
Moon landings. So everything should be pretty clear in Neil Armstrong's
God, why does that not come through good?
mind. So what you're going to see here is a very short clip.
Let me just pause it for a second and see if that actually like allows it to play through smoothly. It was doing that earlier to me. Just a shitty website, I guess. But he's got some great stuff on this website about the moon landings, and this was a great job by him. He paid some linguistics expert, and you never think about some things, but the use of the word "I," and they call when you stutter on an "I." If you're about to say something that you've done and you stutter, that's usually a sign of questioning whether or not you actually did that. And also, he never uses the word "I." Neil doesn't. Neil Armstrong says, he's asked, when you were on the moon, could you see this, could you see that? Anybody in the world would start with, I could see, and he instead starts with, the sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is cislunar space. And if you went there, you would see this, and you would see that, and you would see, he never associates it with I. Clearly on purpose. Let's go back to Speaker's Corner while we wait for this to see if it can get a smoother play. And we've got No Fold in the house. No Fold. Welcome.
What's good, brother? How you doing?
Good, yourself?
I'm good.
Great.
Yo, the last guy was talking about how the NFL was set up.
Yes.
Well, here's some facts.
Okay, ready?
On 9/11, the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, the New York Jets played the Buffalo Bills. Guess what day?
September 11th.
Bingo.
Okay.
Now, Aaron Rodgers comes running out in the field with an American flag running through two silver pillars that look exactly like the Twin Towers.
Okay.
They win by 22 points on the 22nd anniversary, just like the 119th World Series. The backwards 911. Aaron Rodgers' injury was on the 33rd yard line. All right, you know how number 33 is significant, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so and then Josh Allen had 3 interceptions to number 3. I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Wow.
His injury happened at 11:19 seconds. So there's the backwards 9/11. The game ended at 11:19 p.m. Backwards 9/11. There's a lot more. I'm just blanking.
Okay. Josh Allen, you sit through 3 interceptions to number 3?
Yeah, Whitehead.
Okay.
So there's your 33. Each team had a field goal. There's your 33. Oh, what happened? The New York Jets only had 1 Super Bowl win. 68 to 69. What happened in 1968? The World Trade Center started the construction, right?
Mm-hmm.
George W. Bush graduated Skull and Bones. 911 is made national broadcast number. there's a lot of things that happened in 1968, but 33 years later was 2001.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
Scripted.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. I'm gonna have to look into some of those things because that's the kind of thing where
Want
you
to see something
can't.
Cool? This is pretty cool. Check this out.
Oh, I love that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's so
see this
cool.
before?
Where'd you get that from?
Look at this second hand. It's
Yeah,
an airplane.
Yeah, it's a
going-
plane. Oh,
going around
it's
the-
so awesome.
Yeah, it's a Seiko vintage.
Is that like the second hand that's doing that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the second hand. This is a world timer, so you can tell what time it is.
I mean, think
like-
about this: how ridiculous this is. That's how easy it was to fool us. That they just had to put two 12s on a damn clock, and we're too stupid to realize that the hour hand is the sun. Man, they.
I mean, you ever heard of the Boy Scout trick? You can use the 12 o'clock pip on your watch, put the hour towards the sun, and split the difference to find north.
Say it again. No, I didn't hear what you said.
So you can look it up, Google. It's called the Boy Scout trick with your watch. If you have a bezel that's north, east, west, south, you can just take your hour hand on your watch towards to the sun, and then you can find north like that.
Okay, that's the Boy Scout way. Boy Scout way.
I mean, you could just look up bezel on your watch, like how to find north
Okay.
with your watch. Yeah.
Got it. What else you got for me?
That's all I got, brother, bro. I was just thinking about the sports, and I'm thinking about the numbers. Numbers are really important,
Yeah, the numbers are. Again, it's weird that if maybe they've constructed it in a way that you can't predict things. That it's just they play to certain numbers after.
Who threw out the pitch?
George Bush.
2001.
Bush.
2001. Who threw out the first pitch of the World Series?
Bush, right?
Yeah. 22 years later, who threw out the pitch?
Bush.
On the 22nd anniversary of the 119th World Series. 9-1-1 backwards.
Yeah, that's all crazy. And
Man.
and Bush throws like a
No.
girl. So
People lie, numbers don't.
yeah. All right. Thanks, bro.
All right, guys, man. Thank you.
Peace. All right. Let's go with not that sound. Brian, flat Earth tests in La Casa.
What you say, man?
Another day. I need.
Am I echoing? Or would this be
No.
the first time I'm not actually echoing?
You actually sound good. What did you do
All right.
differently?
I
sound
figured it out 5 months later. Man, I wanted to see my channel Flat Earth test is like at 980 something, like I'm real close to 1,000.
Let's get him to 1,000 so you can do some live streams, would you? Let me get you the link here. We will get you on there.
I was going to ask you if you could play that video. It's about curved visual space, but it's kind of about it's the last one that I telegrammed you.
Okay.
And it's about 5 minutes long. But it shows just another potential of two star rotations, without a globe, and it's also goes into flat Earth. I mean, just obvious proof of curved visual space, like the near field.
You bring stuff up like that, they're never going to admit it. That's the thing they just stay away from. They just it's amazing how much I'm seeing this.
Obvious.
Yeah, well, so are a lot of things, and they just now ignore them. They don't. Now I found out they don't care if people lie if they're on their team. It's an insane little. And I feel bad. The other night, somebody messaged me on the show that I did, where I called it an addiction, and they said it's not an addiction, it's a cult. And I right away when they said that, I'm like, it's not really a cult. It's this, and the more I thought about it, I was like, no, the guy was right. It is a cult. It's like every sign of a cult is what they do, and it's like they shame you. Yeah, it does. So, I mean, again, I was like immediately down his throat, like, no, it's not a cult. It's more of something different. But then I'm like, man, you look at the criteria for a cult, the globe fits right there with it.
One more thing real quick,
yeah.
man. I got something that I wanted to talk to you personally.
Okay.
Just like a couple minutes, maybe not tonight, but one day this weekend or something. I'll message you and with a number, and if you get a chance, call me. I'm just telling you right now, it's an idea that's it's been thrown around, but I'm not sure you've heard it. But I think you're going to be very, very, very excited to hear it. It's simple, and I can discuss the logistics with you and see where we can go with it. Just a short conversation, man. I think it'll
okay.
It'll light the like another spark light the fire under us and this community.
Gotcha. I like it. All right, I'm gonna send this to the YouTube chat right now. This is his channel. Please, let's get him to 1,000 subs. He only needs a few more. There you go. And let's.
I really appreciate it, brother.
So, and you want to start with the video? Oh, I didn't know you did this video on Flatzoid Lies. Oh, he's parroting McToon. Smart move. Smart move. All right, but we're not watching that one. We're watching a different one, right?
Yeah, the 5-minute double or 2-star rotations on a flat plane. I think that's the name of it.
Yep, gotcha. Okay, I will play that one, and that's it for you.
That's it, brother.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, man.
All right, we're gonna put this on there, and we'll watch this for about 5 minutes. See you guys shortly. Please jump on the show if you want, or fill out the form, and let's keep the questions pertinent to Flat Earth, if you would. All right, here we go.
On a flat plane, and in this video I have a couple points and demonstrations that I'm going to tie all in together at the end to show a solution for 2-star rotations on a flat plane. And in doing so, I'm going to show some globe damming evidence that I've never got a response to. So I will be expecting a response from Globers to explain this problem they have.
To be honest, and NASA wouldn't be stealing $60 million a day
80.
of your money.
Oh.
So, if you could, go ahead, Brian, take it away. Sorry if I took a little extra time there.
No, man. Good job. And if Rue, if you could start that slideshow, I would appreciate it. Okay, I got a lot of information to cram in here. So this shining at the bottom of clouds, that alone debunks the globe. What first seemed like a globe proof. Look at the underlit clouds. That sun is well above the horizon. Right, now the Milky Way, we see looking southwest, we see the bowl part of the Milky Way. I call it the dome Milky Way. We see it every time we look southwest. And so like the Big Dipper, we should see it in every orientation. So on the other side of the globe, we should see the bowl Milky Way, like we see the Big Dipper upside down. But that's as much as we get right there in reality, as we get it flat. So
that was a short clip you can go back and watch on Modern Day Debates where Nathan Thompson and I basically wiped the floor with Bacon and Ruhif. But I didn't have time to go into detail on this globe damming problem. You see from around the middle latitudes here, the Milky Way has a defined arch. So the consequence of having infinitely distant stars is that perspective is not a role player. So 6 months later, it should be upside down and there should be a bowl. So let me show you. You see at the bottom left is the Big Dipper. And I skip month to month and you see it start to work its way around, but it's not changing its shape. We see it completely upside down in the same shape. So 6 months later, the Milky Way should do the same thing, or else on the opposite side of a ball, we should see it in that exact shape upside down like such. But we don't. The best we get is it starts to straighten out. That would be perspective. That doesn't work with infinitely distant stars. So here's from around the equator looking south. You see how it just straightens out. You don't see an upside down bowl. So why is it changing shape? Why in the Big Dipper, and look at any of these stars or constellations, are not changing shape. In fact, it literally swaps where it's domed on the other side too. That's exactly backwards. That would be defined by perspective. That would be the equivalent of me showing the Big Dipper where it started and then moving it across the sky 6 months later it in that exact same orientation. That's what I'm showing here. So I wanted to compare this effect to rainbows. See right there where it says rainbows aren't just arcs in the sky, they're circles. So is that the globe cutting off that rainbow? Look what we see from above. We see a full circle horizontally. So when we tell the Globers we see in curved visual space or hyperbolic geometry, they're like, what are you talking about, curved visual space? This is what we're talking about. I think they're willfully ignorant. No matter what, we show them real world demonstrations. So these
they don't care.
circles in the sky are showing up as arches or arcs at ground level. And you see the Milky Way doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have shown that perspective is not just stuff shrinking. We see in curved visual space. We've shown it with rainbows. We've demonstrated it with jet trails. We've shown it with clouds. We have now shown it with the damn Milky Way. This is not us making things up. This is you guys, you Globers, ignoring reality. We have done the work and put it on a plate for you that a first grader can digest, and you ignore it. So here's another demonstration I put together for Globers to ignore. I drew a bunch of straight line rows of little stars, and I grabbed my glass dome paperweight, and I set it down on top of it, and it's a natural effect. You get two rotations. So that's represents the stars in the North and South Pole and like straight lines over the equator. I'm not saying that we have a dome above us, but I'm just saying it's a possibility, and this is a natural effect of that. So it could just be optical, or it could be a physical dome. I don't have all the answers, but I've showed the possibility. In the last video, I showed the possibility of two physical rotations. So the next Glober you hear saying it's impossible to have two star rotations on a flat plane, send them to my channel in the last two videos I made, and so they can ignore it. But I appreciate you watching to the end. Like and subscribe.
All right, that was Flat Earth Test. Hopefully you guys become members there or become subscribers. Thank you, Boogled1. I don't know why this thing keeps going off. I got to fix that. Just got to keep doing that. I think because I put in a certain amount of time and it just repeats the sound over and over again during that time. That's not desirable. Let's just put it that way. All right, let's see who's next. We've got Dodger Blue. Boo! Boo!
What's up, girl?
How are you?
All right. I just keep thinking everything like this. I always go back to, we've never gone higher than 26 miles. And
Okay, we'll go with that.
a whole lot of studying on that. I know you've known that for a long time.
Yeah, there's no. I don't have no evidence of it going any further, so I certainly can't argue with that.
Right. And I've looked hard, and the only thing, as much proof you get is by reading documents and things they've done in the 60s.
Right. Yeah, I've kind of learned that. I like going back to some of that stuff. It's how I found these. You know, they reported just in the 50s that we had jet streams going 350 miles per hour. Well, they don't tell you that anymore.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. Okay? Now, you guys are saying, I hear you and Dave and a lot of the guys talking about, well, they catch a jet stream and go, right?
Yes.
Well, we, on our kind of map that we got in our thing, our jet streams go in a circle.
Right.
Right? But if you're going to go from, let's see, what's the map? Let's say from Germany to the East Coast, right?
Okay.
That would be straight. You'd be going through those circles that we draw that we think that the winds go.
Well, I believe that they do that in the north because just like that guy Urbe says, I believe that the north has been reduced in size. Sorry, the north is smaller than we think, and the south is bigger than we think. So in the north, they could get away with not necessarily needing the lines to travel in them the whole time, right? They could travel through them and still get where they're going in the time because the distance is shorter.
Yeah, but how wide are they? We don't even know how wide they are.
They're wide. They're hundreds of miles wide.
Right, but we still, when we're traveling from, how far is it, 3,000 miles to Germany?
Yeah, think about that, 2,500, 300, 3,000. Now that one there, you can actually watch the jet streams and then see those planes. They don't follow the Great Circle route. They do follow the jet stream route.
It's
sometimes.
straight. It's a straight line.
Yeah, I'm saying sometimes if you look at the map, they actually don't fly in that. The straight line is the Great Circle route, right?
Well, straight line, they have to make the circle route to go follow the straight line.
Right, exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, it's the same thing, especially like if you look from the top down, any kind of curved line from the top is going to be straight.
Well, yeah, it's fake anyway, whatever they're doing. So
Yes.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a straight line from East Coast to Germany.
Yeah,
over the North
I can see how they
right
did.
there.
Don't you think they would be so happy when they got GPS done? Because it really did set them up to be far ahead of what anybody else might be thinking. Because with GPS, how are you going to prove it? How are you going to prove that they're lying with GPS? You'd have to see the code. And again,
But I don't think we can. I don't know how well we get a signal that high. I mean, remember how you would talk about even Philly Stungar, they couldn't make. Of course, that's a lot higher. It's 26 miles.
Right.
You couldn't get a signal. Can we get internet I know we can't get internet on the airplane.
Not
Just on
really. I
regular
mean,
Wi-Fi.
sometimes you can from over the land, but I don't think you can over the water.
I don't think you can get it on there. If you're at 30,000 feet, we know the towers are pointed down and towards the houses and all the buildings and structures. Why would they put? And you'd have to have tons of towers pointed up because the range isn't that far.
No, I did see. What was I looking at the other day? And it said, "Oh, there's this island off the coast of Africa. It's way out in the middle of nowhere." I'm looking up this island to see what goes on there, and they said, "Oh, it's one of the 4 ground tracking stations for GPS satellites that are in the world." I'm like, "Oh boy, there's 4 stations on the ground for their." Okay. It's funny.
Out here in the desert where I live.
Okay.
From a place in Nevada going up to a place called Searchlight, there's an 18-mile stretch. You get no signal. I
Right.
don't care what phone you have. But now my friend has one of these fancy new cars that has all that and it has a Wi-Fi setting. Oh, you can connect to my truck, right?
Okay.
So I connect to his truck and I get Wi-Fi. I don't understand that one. How is that working?
So wait, you don't have any cell service at all?
You don't have no, you don't have any cell services at all.
And he doesn't either. It's not like did he have cell service like through Sprint and you didn't have Sprint or something like that, or he had Verizon, you have Apple, or I mean AT&T.
As a Ford, and on this Ford you can connect to his Wi-Fi through his vehicle.
Huh.
But if I took it off
then you didn't get any
Wi-Fi
service.
and get the cell signal, you can't get one.
Weird. I don't know what that
And
is.
it's every service.
Weird. I don't know what that could be. I'll have to think about it.
I try to figure out how it works. I don't know. If anyone knows in the chat or anything, let me know. I don't know how that works. You know, because I said, wow, I said, there's no way. I said, there's no signal. How are you going to get a signal if I don't get a signal? And he said, hook it to my truck. I hooked it up to the truck and had all the Wi-Fi there like you hooked up the Wi-Fi in a house.
That is so weird.
I don't know how it works. There's something. So you're saying maybe that's why I was going back to the airplanes. Maybe they have something like that. I don't know what it is. Stuff we don't know.
Yeah, and I think what Dave says about the mesh network has got to be true. Because we know that you can piggyback off of hotspots, right? So by them having this whole network of planes above our heads at all times, they could just install repeaters in all the planes, and then basically your entire internet's run through repeater planes.
Or just the balloons itself, because they did the moon. Maybe that was a cover for putting all the repeaters up there.
Maybe.
Because you know that they did that for 8 years before they canceled the program.
Yeah, good point. We're definitely being lied to.
I think it's as simple as raising it up to one air current and bringing it down to the next air current, letting it go backwards and forwards, and that's how they do it. I think if it's going so smoothly, we could actually do that. That's what I'm thinking.
You might be right, and they must be smooth, or else we would get up in those jet streams and they would be just shaking the plane the whole time.
Oh yeah, instead of gliding, having a good time.
Yeah, we're just having a great old flight. Once you get up to altitude, you're usually fine.
Anyway, I just wanted to say hi. I haven't talked to you for a while.
Hope you're well.
And remember.
Don't ever say anything bad about the Giants on this show, or else you won't be invited back.
All right, remember the Alamo, I guess.
Don't remember the Alamo. It's just another false flag.
There you go.
Don't do that.
Don't tell Jamie Crockett that.
No, well, yeah, I guess not.
I know.
Wait, let's play this song real quick just for you on the way out of here. This is your music, by the way. Now you have entrance music too. All right.
Dodgers suck. Dodgers suck. Dodgers really suck. Dodgers suck. Dodgers suck.
Oh, I have to listen to that. All right, catch you later. I'll listen on the internet.
Later.
I don't watch it. Because they suck. Because they suck. Because they suck like a mud pie.
Like a mud pie. You hear that? Like a mud pie, right? They suck like a mud pie.
There's a lot of talent in our area.
Stop
It's
it.
time to recognize essential.
Sonic Prep Player of the Week. Are you talking women's sports? Wow. Wow, that's impressive. All right, let's see if there's anybody else waiting. Let's go. Who's next? Oh, we've got the one and only Brenda debates. Let me get my clock set. I need to get this going as fast as possible. Brenda, you got 4 minutes, and they begin now.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, let me stop the clock real quick. I have to speak to you first. You said during your debate, Mary Switzer debunked that it was a dinosaur soft tissue. That's not what she did.
Yes.
Mary Switzer came up with a mechanism by which the iron in the blood allowed it to save the soft tissue. So she did not debunk that there was no soft tissue. She just
That's incorrect. No, there was no soft tissue. The iron in the blood was in the fossil, yes, but there was no soft tissue. There was no tissue preserved.
What do you mean?
The iron in the blood was what remained in the fossils are mineralized, bones, right? There was no
You can
soft
believe that if you
tissue
want.
preserved.
I think that's wrong. I mean, I could find you a ton of articles.
She says specifically no. That's not what happened.
What does she say?
She countered how that.
She's the one who found it.
Right.
Okay, then she went to her boss, who's Jack Horner, the guy that did Jurassic Park, showed him. It made the news. Then she had to find a mechanism by which that soft tissue was saved. You're saying that she came back and said it wasn't soft tissue?
It's not soft tissue.
I'm asking you what she said. I don't care your opinion. I'm asking you what she said.
Well, I don't have her quotation at hand.
Okay, I'll find
it. You can get videos. There's videos of her, or there's text of her.
Of course.
Websites of her specifically countering the idea that soft tissue of the dinosaur was what was in those videos. It wasn't soft tissue.
Okay, so far I just see soft tissue found inside a dinosaur bone. Mary Switzer, how do we know what we know about dinosaurs? Subscribe to the BBC. Mary Switzer discovers T-Rex blood cells. Finding tissue from a DNA from a dinosaur. Rewriting the rules of fossil. I mean, this is the truth. What she did is she just made up some reason that all of a sudden we used to think that iron would help preserve blood cells for 10,000 years, 20,000 years. And we just switched it to 67 million because of your stupid religion about believing in dinosaurs from 67 million years ago, which is a joke. But
yeah, science isn't religion.
It is a religion if you believe things without having evidence or having ever seen them, and you call it science.
Well, we do have evidence. That's why we believe them.
Oh boy. Okay,
that's
tell me how they
knowledge
date.
works.
Tell me how they date dinosaur bones.
Usually by what strata they're in.
Right. So they date rocks.
Yeah.
How do you date rocks?
By there's various means, right? Radioactive decay is one.
Okay, so wouldn't the universe have to always have been, the Earth always have to have been the same for that to be the case, that we could just extrapolate backwards like that? But yet we're told about all these geological things going on. There's tornadoes, there's meteors hitting the Earth, the moon is breaking off, but you guys are like, oh, we can just rewind the time now and we can figure out how long old the rocks are.
Yeah, we can, because we know how physics works.
Yeah, but
right?
You know how physics works in this world right now where things are the way they are. How do you know? You said you know how fast a certain element decays, but what if the Earth was what if the Earth was 100 degrees hotter?
It wouldn't change anything.
Oh boy. Okay.
It doesn't change how radioactive decay is not affected by temperature.
So nothing affects radioactive decay.
No, generally I would say no, it doesn't.
Okay,
It's an atom. How it changes, how it decays is determined by the atom. It's not determined by temperature.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But I mean,
I wanted to share this picture.
Oh, sorry, we'd start your clock. Go ahead. Your turn now. Where's that? Oh, I do see it. Yes, add to stage. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, and during the debate the other day, you didn't put this up, and it seemed to me kind of weaselly for you to not put that up.
What do you mean I didn't put it up?
You didn't share it.
I shared anytime you said share screen, but okay.
With Dustin, when I was talking with Dustin, yeah, I humiliated him. But this you can't explain. This is just part of my proofs. The flat Earth can't explain why things disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, we can. We've shown it many times before. I've shown before that when you have lensing, it picks up the water behind it, raises it up. You can tell that water's raised.
No, it's not. It's not raised.
Okay. All right, well,
water isn't raised.
Okay, you say that. You say that.
I see a straight line. I see a straight line horizon.
Okay, I've shown it before that if you take a magnifying glass and you lower it down, let's say you put a building 8 feet away from you, just a piece of cardboard stand, put it 8 feet away from you on a carpet. Now lower a magnifying glass to the ground, and you'll notice that the carpet now covers that 8-inch tall cardboard piece.
Yeah, there's no such thing as atmospheric lensing.
Oh, okay. Now, yeah, let's just deny things that scientists say now. Okay, go ahead.
No, scientists don't say that.
They don't say anything about atmospheric lensing?
Correct.
They have the scientist on the video with the meteorologist saying the atmosphere works like a lens.
Yeah, he's talking about refraction.
What?
He's not saying that there's a giant lens between you and the end.
There absolutely is. That's what the Oh my God! You guys just deny reality to the point where it's getting ridiculous. To save your little religion, you guys will do anything, say anything, go any direction, lie about what you think Einstein said or what he didn't say. It's bad.
No, when that guy was talking about atmospheric lensing, what he meant was there's refraction.
Yeah, you guys always do this. What they mean. Toon did the same thing. Toon says, "Oh, Jaron, what Einstein meant was that there was no terrestrial experiment that would." I'm like, "What? You're going to tell me what Einstein meant?"
Yes, that's a plain reading of those texts. Yeah, he's talking about optical experiments of the type of the Michelson-Morley.
You just added of the type of Michelson-Morley. You guys say we quote mine. You add your own words into the quote.
That's because we can understand the context.
Oh yeah, the context, right?
Yeah, that's the context in which.
Sure, that's why he said that.
The way that we can show that the Earth is moving is through parallax.
So find me where Einstein says that the Foucault's pendulum proves the Earth spins.
Well, I don't know if he says that or not.
He never mentions that. He never mentions that there's proof that the Earth spins. Just never mentioned that. Einstein just left that out of his conversations.
It's not an optical experiment.
What is it? The Foucault pendulum?
Experiment. The Foucault's pendulum is not an optical experiment. He was talking about optical experiments of the type using interferometry.
Yeah, you made that up.
Huh?
You've made that up.
No, he's talking about, Einstein talks about optical experiments. Yeah. Foucault's pendulum isn't an optical experiment.
I don't even think it's considered an experiment, to be honest with you. But maybe it is.
It can be. It's an observation. It's a measurement.
So if it's an optical observation?
It shows that the inertial plane of the pendulum rotates. So you were talking just before this about jet streams.
Mm-hmm.
You have no explanation for jet streams at all.
Yeah, I do. It's called weather. It's called the changes in pressure. It's called heating and cooling the atmosphere.
What causes jet streams?
The heating and cooling of the atmosphere.
That doesn't cause jet streams. That wouldn't cause.
Oh, the jet streams themselves are probably caused by some sort of ether drift or some sort of
ether. Ether doesn't affect physical things.
What do you mean? The sky moving around us would affect the ground.
Why?
I don't know. Go ask Einstein. Go ask these people that already said that.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Right. So what causes jet streams?
You don't just get to say what you believe and then we all believe it.
You don't have a causal mechanism.
I just said the sky turning above our heads would cause translated effects down to Earth.
No, it wouldn't.
It's all over papers. I'll find you papers where they say that.
No, they're wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
So the scientists are right until they say something different than you believe, and then they're wrong.
No, it wouldn't cause jet streams. That's for sure.
Okay, that's what you. But
you
why?
Have no mechanism.
Oh, so what's your mechanism for jet streams?
I just told you the Coriolis effect.
So the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And
you have a non-spinning Earth.
Moving
therefore
sky.
You can't have. Huh?
We have a moving sky.
How is the sky going to affect the Earth?
I just told you that even Einstein says, even what's his name, Lorentz and Mach all say that they would be translated motion, that if you had the sky moving around you, that the motion would be translated down to the Earth and would result in Coriolis forces.
Yeah, I'm aware of the Machian principle.
Okay.
I just don't think it's just not science. That's metaphysics. That's not science.
Okay, but space-time is not metaphysics. That is science.
Space-time is physical. Yes, that's what
space-time is physical.
Gravity waves. That's what the LIGO shows, is that space-time itself is what's waving when we pick up.
Okay, so wait, can you show me space-time? If
no,
you can't, okay, then let me just say that my mechanism then is the same as yours. When you ask me what
I can't
caused,
show you the air. I can't show you the
Okay.
air, but we still believe in the air.
no, you
here.
can show me the air. You can show that there's
No, you
pressure
can't.
inside of a box. You can easily prove to me that
can't.
air exists. What do you mean?
That's not the air. That's not the air.
That's what the air is.
effects of something we call the air. You
Well,
can't
I
see
would
the
then
air.
I can infer that the air exists. What are the effects of the space-time that I'm supposed to observe?
We can see it right in
How do
in
we
the
see it?
LIGO instrument. In
Oh
the
my
LIGO
goodness!
instrument,
No,
we can
you.
s- we can-
Do you understand? I mean, go watch Mind Shock so he can explain to you guys. What you're saying sounds so ridiculous. It is literally you saying that you have a prediction that Bigfoot delivers the mail every day at noon, and so you go out there every day at 12:15, and the mail's in the box. So you have now surmised that Bigfoot delivers the mail.
Yeah, that's not how science works.
That is how you are explaining it. When you talk
No,
about
it isn't.
LIGO, you don't know shit about LIGO. You just know that they say it shows something.
That's
Think
not
of
how science
hold on a
works.
second.
Science
Think of the
doesn't work.
millions of things that it could be that would cause a little string to deviate less than the width of a proton. Think of the millions of things it could be. You guys just assign gravity waves to it. There's no proof of that. You're making shit up.
Yes, there is.
What
They're
is the
not
proof?
making shit up. They
How-
measured it, and Mind Shock doesn't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
so wait, they measured it. So how do they know what it is?
You can measure the
You
distance
can measure a string moves. Great, the string move. Now how are you going to know what it was that caused it?
By eliminating everything else.
Oh boy, yeah, they eliminated everything else. Yep. All right.
That's what they do in the LIGO. In the LIGO is an instrument.
You are such a believer. It's going to come as such a shock to you when you realize how much you believing man has damaged your worldview because they're lying to you. That's what
Do
you
you
need
have
to.
an explanation for these windmills yet?
Yeah, I just told you the mechanism. I'll show you. I'll get you a
What?
video showing
What?
you me doing the same thing. I'll put little paper windmills at the end of my carpet, lower a magnifying glass, and show them disappear behind the carpet.
There's no magnifying glass in this picture.
That's
Where's
what the
magnifying
atmosphere
glass?
does is magnify shit.
That's not scientific. That's not
Wow.
what science says.
Wow.
It doesn't say that there's a magnifying glass. It says that
I
there's
didn't say it's a magnifying
diffraction
glass.
that
That's an example. That's a smaller scale, if you will.
No, there's no magnifying glass in between you and distant objects.
So why do they look a lot bigger sometimes? What is causing that?
They're closer to you. Things are closer to you. They're bigger.
So let's see here. Atmospheric lensing refers to the distortion of light caused by layers of air having different temperatures. Light rays are then refracted, and various types of distortion can occur, such as those you see in the water on the road mirage.
Yeah, that's what I said. Refraction.
Okay, which is lensing.
Yeah, a mirage is caused by refraction.
Okay, which is what lensing is. What do you think makes a lens work?
Do you see any refraction going on here? There's no lensing.
What are you talking? I thought you guys. This is so horseshit. You guys say everything we see is refracted. Now it's not.
There is probably some right at the edge of that horizon. There's probably
Brenda, they
some
tell me that if I look at
refraction.
my hand is refracted.
Right.
So what? Why
So
would you
there
then
is
say
no-
that this isn't refracted?
There is no lensing going on here,
Wow.
and it doesn't result in obstruction.
I'll show
have
you
The
that.
entire half. You have almost half of these windmills is completely missing. That isn't caused by lensing or refraction.
Okay, I'll show you. It is a.
It's caused by something being in the way.
No, it's the dumbest belief I've ever heard that somebody thinks that there's a mound of water between you and those windmills. It's so
There's no
stupid.
mound. There's no hill. There's no hill.
Here we go again. You haven't realized that there's a hump yet?
Yeah, there is no hump.
Then what gets in the way between two people looking across
The
distances?
Earth does.
Okay, that's a
The
hump.
Earth does.
Then that's a hump.
That's not a hump. It's not a hump,
How does it get in the way of two people's eyes?
right? Because the other person would be further away. They'd be obstructed by the Earth itself.
You mean by the hump?
There's no hump.
Then what are they obstructed by?
The Earth.
The Earth is blocking them by not humping?
On a sphere.
Yes, so
There
the hump
is
the
no
hump is
hump.
the curvature. That is the sphere. That is what's blocking you
No.
on your model.
No, there is no hump. There's no change in elevation.
Wow. Yeah, because you guys arbitrarily assigned 0 to the entire curvature of the Earth.
Yes, that's what it would be. 0.
Okay, got you. And then if you
Um,
have two people across
on-
from each other, there would be a hump between them. That is the curvature of the Earth. That's a hump.
Given a long enough distance, the curvature of the Earth will be in the way, but there will be no hump. There will be no change in elevation between them.
What if you drew a line between them, or you pulled a string? Would there be an elevation change from that string?
The string would lay on the surface of the Earth.
Let's say you
wouldn't-
pulled it through the surface of the Earth.
Right.
Then is there a hump?
No, that would not be a hump. That's a cord. That would go through the Earth.
Yeah, the cord is the hump.
No, it's not. A
Or
chord
the
isn't a
Sagitta.
hump.
Is the Sagitta a chord? Or am I thinking the other way?
Is a Sagitta is not a change in elevation.
The Sagitta is the measurement from the straight line between two people.
No.
What?
It's not a change in elevation.
Okay, I don't know why you keep going back to that. I'm not saying it's a change in elevation. I'm saying that if you pulled a string between two people,
Right.
okay, that line between that and the top of the water where it's obstructing you is a hump.
That top of the water is 0.
Oh,
That's
boy.
at 0 elevation, right?
Because you've named it that. You act like
Yes.
Yeah, you've named it that.
Yes, because that's how definitions work. That would be in the if it was over water or if
Yes.
this
So
magical
so I'm agreeing with you.
string
Let's
could
say
go
that the
through
entire surface of the Earth is 0. Let's say it's all
Yes.
flat. It's all
Yes.
level curve, whatever you guys call
Yes.
it. Right. So two people can't see each other on your model then because there's a hump of Earth in the way.
There's no hump.
Oh,
It's the
boy.
Earth itself.
Yeah.
A hump means a change in elevation. There would be 0 change in elevation between them, but the Earth itself would be in the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Whatever
And
you're
you
saying.
pull the strings tight. Let's say that the string can go through water, can go through the Earth
Yeah, let's say.
itself. Right. It would be negative elevation. Right. The
What?
Sagitta would be going back up to the surface where it's 0 elevation. So the
Okay.
Sagitta would be negative elevation.
It's a hump between you two people. Why can
no
we
hump.
calculate the hump?
There's no hump. There's
Okay.
a hump is a change in elevation.
I don't
That's what
know
the word
if
means.
you don't understand what we mean by hump. If you're trying to go exactly like that, then it is the curve of the Earth rises up between those two people's straight line.
No, it doesn't rise up. It
Oh,
doesn't
boy.
change in elevation. The entire surface of the Earth is 0 elevation, whether it's water or dirt or rocks. It's 0 elevation.
Yeah, I know you've given it that
right?
name. Yes, I know
And
that.
the cord between two people on that Earth
Right.
goes below the surface. It's negative elevation.
Supposedly.
It's not a hump.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the hump. I'm saying the line from there to the water's the hump.
The line from where?
The line from the middle of the two people standing across from each other
Yeah.
to the top of the curve.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Sagitta.
Yes.
And that Sagitta is below 0.
So why does it have a positive number?
Because you can choose to measure from A to B and just call it positive. That's how numbers work.
Okay. So that positive number is going above both feet of two people.
No, it's not. It's rising. It's rising up to 0 feet.
Yeah.
The midpoint. The Sagitta starts from the midpoint between two people.
I know
and
how the
surface
Sagitta
of the
works.
Earth.
Yes.
That line has a positive value,
Mhm.
right? But it's below 0. 0 is the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so the height or depth of a convex or convex lens surface is referred to as the sagitta or simply sag on the surface. Geometrically speaking, the sagitta, Latin for arrow of a curve, is the perpendicular distance from the vertex of the curve to some plane cutting through the curve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see where it says here that it doesn't have a number or it can't be calculated.
Oh, it has a number. You can calculate it.
Okay, but
Of course you can.
why is it? You said it would be negative, but it's not negative.
Yes. It would be negative from 0, which is the surface of the Earth.
Okay. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't get it. But all right, anything else for
No,
you?
don't. This is just the low IQ.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I've got low IQ. I mean, you are just out in left field.
Definitely.
Okay, so Mary Switcher, you've lied about that one today. What else?
No.
What other lies you tell?
No, she specifically refutes the people who claim it was soft tissue. It was not soft tissue.
Okay, we'll find that out and see how right you are. Okay, thank you. Bye bye, Brenda. This is fun. I would love to do that again anytime. Run Boston Bear, please save me from Brenda.
I know, man. I was about to say, bring some peace, man, some calm.
Thank you, I needed that.
I wanted to come on and tell you good job on prime time.
That's the hardest show to be on, man. There's nothing harder than that.
It was hilarious, though. They're so funny, and Alex,
They have a lot of fun. That's all I got to say. Is they have so much fun, and that guy's got to do so much in the last year. He's just flying all over the place, going different places, meeting people. More power to him. And for everybody gave him a hard time, and I get it. I get that he's maybe not talking about stuff as much as he did as far as the flat Earth, but he's still bringing it up on his show. He's still being a flat earther, and there was a lot of people out there who said he'll never bring it up on his show. He'll never do it. He's a sellout. He's never. I mean, and he's doing things that nobody else is doing. Now, granted, is he doing some things that I would never do and some things that may be over the top? Absolutely. But that's him. And that's who he was even on GNN and on Baby Truther Show. He's always been like that. So what are you going to do? What's new with you, my friend?
Just chilling, man. I've really been enjoying what they're doing, the work that Toby's doing at Ether Cosmology.
Yeah, they're too good.
On YouTube, and then Alan at Space Audits. They're just digging into papers, round table discussions about, what's true, what's not, what's the validity here. Like, just listening to them, they're hungry for the truth. They want to extract, or like if there's a ball of convoluted nonsense, they're like, okay, what's real here, what's not. And I'm loving it, man. I mean, provably the Earth is not moving, it's not spinning. There's no proof of orbital speed or rotation, around the sun. And it's just proven with the last caller.
It's obvious.
It's high emotion. The second they don't have control of the situation, name calling, all the fallacies. I love the work of Mind Shock because he's just like, look, I don't care if it's flat or a globe. Let's just look at how logically people are being. And the Globers, if they tally the fallacies and the zingers, and it's like the Globers have almost nothing. I mean, the Flat Earthers have almost none of those. And then ching 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 ching.
Yeah, it just adds up quickly over there.
I don't see how, if someone is like hadn't even looked into the topic, and then they just look at these different angles, I don't see how they don't see it.
Yeah, me neither. I think it all comes down to the idea of being made fun of or the idea of being proven wrong. I don't think humans like that at all. I think so much so that they might sometimes stick to a certain idea or theory just because they don't want to admit that they were wrong and go down that route. I like being wrong because at least when I'm wrong, I fix whatever I was saying wrong. So that's why I want to follow up on things. When she says Mary Switzer says that, no, Mary Switzer is... And if she changed her mind, it's because that was a big problem for science when you find soft tissue which can't last more than 20,000, 30,000 years. How the hell is that in dinosaur bones from 67 million years old? Well, the reason is because those animals were here recently. So they have to say something, and she came up with this mechanism that saves the tissue, which is just bullshit. And then this girl comes on and says that, no, she refuted the whole thing. Said that all those people were wrong. It's like, no, she's the one who reported it. But I'll find I guess she must have heard a video somewhere of her saying, no, this isn't right at all. I got this wrong the first time. Who knows?
Well,
who knows?
I'm also going on to Earth Awakenings, like Geo's channel on Discord, and I get to hear Witsit pop in from time to time, and there's usually like maybe 5 to 8 regular Globers, but the rest of the panel generally knows the truth of our realm. And it's just really interesting, like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago when I really just started to look into this, they had these talking points. Like they would love to talk about, what just the many things that they like to pick.
Of course.
But now they're not able to even bring it up because it's been debunked or refuted. And now it's just really turning into nuh-uhs. Nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
And just like
all the things they said that we couldn't, oh, you guys just have nothing but nuh-uh. And that's what they say now.
Mm-hmm.
So the atmosphere doesn't work as a lens now. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Isn't there lens refraction? Okay, wait. I thought that refraction, it's like they get you going in these circles where it's not even worth trying to, because they'll never concede. So they always will have something to just keep you going in circles and getting confused. Like, wait, what? And then they pretend like they know how it works and you don't. And only smart people know how we're spinning flying through space 1.2 million miles per hour. 800 times that of a speeding bullet. Right now as we speak. I believe that.
I'll hop off here past the mic, but my last little comment will be what bothers me most and what I wish people would do is a couple things. In this day and age, don't necessarily think you already have the truth. Like, set your ego down a second, look into it, actually do some research, because what's blocking people is they think flat earthers have to be wrong because it's not flat, right?
Correct.
But it measurably is, and all things say we're stationary, like all the tests, Michelson Morley and Dayton Miller and all this. But they're like, no, they disproved the ether. It's like,
right. Hold
on a minute. Every single test that they try to do to show motion, it's come back null. And then it's a stationary topographical plane, period.
Yeah, and they just make shit up and just basically, because in their mind, well, we couldn't possibly believe what we believe unless somebody found all the evidence to make us believe that. They don't think that there's ever been an extrapolation or that Edwin Hubble ever decided that the Earth, that the space must be curved because otherwise we are the center of the universe. And then he said, well, what if we're curved? What if this? What? They don't get it. And they don't even want to look at it because it probably scares the shit out of them. Yeah, I couldn't believe the other day. You know, I was texting that guy back and forth, the priest guy or the pastor. He was texting me, asking me lots of questions. And when I got off my show the other night, I looked at my phone and he said, hey, just letting you know, McToon called me to go on his show. I'm going to go on his show tonight. And I'm like, oh, you're fucking done. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, the second you get involved with those guys, they're going to make fun of you if you say that you still have any flat earth beliefs or tendencies. I'm like, and yet I can just tell you're not the kind of man that can take that. So I'm like, you're going to fall for whatever trick this is what they do well. They'll like corner you. I knew they would do that. Like when we have somebody on our show, they like go and attack that person. They find them, get them on their show, tell them how wrong we are, tell them how right they are. And then they all have a laugh and joke. And there's a bunch of 15-year-old boys in the chat that makes it look like those guys know what they're talking about. But again, crazy. All right, I'm going to let you go.
Yep, talk to you later.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to try and do this real quick. This Mary Schwitzer, this is from 2021, it says, but I don't think that that's... Sorry about that sound. I'll turn it off as soon as I can. Let's see what she's got to say here.
That dinosaur discovery. The scientific world is still reeling from the discovery of actual Tyrannosaurus rex cells and soft tissue unearthed last week at a Montana excavation site. It's a tremendous find that scientists say could unlock the mysteries of extinction and could one day lead
Brenda says they didn't find any tissue, by the way.
to real life
They just found stuff in the blood. That was all.
dinosaur cloning. Well, maybe.
Well, North Carolina State University professor Mary Schweitzer is the leader of the discovery team that found these extraordinary
No, she didn't. She denied it. She didn't find anything. She found some hemoglobins. That's it.
specimens. She joins us now from Raleigh with more. Nice to see you, Professor.
Thank you for having me.
So tell us, how significant a discovery is this?
Well, it has the potential to be very significant, but for right now, until we do further analyses, I think all we can say is it's really cool.
Well, Professor, as I understand it, this was sort of an accidental discovery. You had to split one of the bones in half because it was simply too big to get into it.
Yeah, and then it's an accidental discovery because it's impossible in their paradigm. And this is where you can see things like this exposed. They already have it set up that if you find a dinosaur bone, you have to take it to a certain lab for a certain test. So it's already going to come back 67 million years old or older requirement. That you can't test it and come back at 45 million years old. That would throw their whole model out. So they can't. This is why science isn't what you think it is. I mean, Brenda thinks that they actually go to a lab and actually date it. And it's like, oh, it comes back. We get 67 million years or older every time. Wrong. It's all fake. It's all fake. That you would believe that we would have the mechanism. How would you ever know you were fucking right? Think about dating something. How would you ever know that you have a marker that is actually real? That you could go back and say, okay, this is the data for this, and this is the date for this. You wouldn't. You can't. It's just all guesswork.
A helicopter, and in splitting the bone, you suddenly realized you had this soft tissue on your hands.
That's because the bone is like 10,000 years old.
Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't quite that sudden. They had to split the bone in the field, as was reported, and when it got back to the lab and Carrie Ansell began preparing it, she reserved some of the fragments for chemical analyses, and so it was treated slightly different than most dinosaur bone is in the field.
Is that amazing to...
Somebody's already made the prediction, Mark Armitage, many other people, that if you tested every single dinosaur bone, every single one of them would have soft tissue. The problem is we don't test dinosaur bones like that because they're too old for soft
Find
tissue.
this kind of soft tissue in a fossil this old, and what can the soft tissue really tell us?
Well, it's very amazing. It's
Yeah, it went from being like a possibility of 10,000 years to 67 million.
Utterly shocking, actually, because it flies in the face of everything that we understand about how tissues and cells develop.
No, it doesn't. Brenda says you just found some zinc or something.
It's not something that any one of us could ever predict or hope for. And I think that it's important to remember that we don't know for sure what it still is. It looks like blood vessels, and it looks like bone matrix, and it certainly looks like cells, and it acts like cells. But we haven't done the chemical analysis that let us say what it is for sure.
Professor, a word comes to us that the capillary structure or something that you've observed is actually very similar to that of an ostrich. And I'm wondering, does this add fuel to the idea that the dinosaurs and birds were in fact related?
Well, potentially, yes. Realize that the blood vessels in your bone look just exactly the same as well. Vessels at the level that we reported in the paper all kind of look the same. It's the molecular constituents that differ from one animal to another or from animals to humans. So the potential is there to really tell some differences, but for right now, that's not something that we can address.
How big a T-Rex are we talking about here, Professor?
This one was quite a small T-Rex relative to, say, Sue that's on display in Chicago. It was...
Okay, so I just brought up, searched Mary Switzer again, searched for within the last year, trying to get her most recent opinion of this. I see dinosaur soft tissue. Have evolutionists solved the problem? 2004, a team led by Mary Switzer discovered soft tissue, red blood cells, blood vessels, and collagen in the femur of a T-Rex. Yes, unfossilized soft tissue that was supposedly 65 million years old. How could soft tissue last that long? Well, evolutionists have been searching for the answer for nearly 2 decades, and now they have finally discovered their answer, or have they? A popular science article asks, how are dinosaur tissues preserved in deep time? To answer this question, the authors appealed to older research from Dr. Mary Switzer regarding iron, and they summarized new research on cross-linking. So what does this mean? It means, and has it solved the problem of soft tissue for the evolutionists? It says the big question the evolutionists must answer now is how soft tissue in dinosaur bones could be preserved for millions of years. Biomolecules like proteins are not estimated to last more than 1 million years, and in my opinion as a geneticist who has worked with proteins in the lab, this length is highly unlikely. However, soft tissue is found in dinosaur bones ranging from supposedly 65 million years old to 125 million years old. Dr. Mary Switzer's research group has postulated that iron, which is what I said in my, I was told I was wrong, told that I don't know what I'm talking about by Brenda. The iron is the key. The iron, likely from hemoglobin in the red blood cells, reacts with oxygen, resulting in proteins, forming crosslinks. The crosslinks stabilize the protein. Dr. Jasmina Wyman's research has postulated that carbonyl groups from fats and sugars also react in a way to form crosslinks in proteins. Iron reacting with the oxygen can form carbonyl groups, so the two processes may overlap and lead to crosslink. I mean, it's so stupid to believe. I mean, it went from, oh, it's just, at most 1 million years now to 67 million years old. But then you learn what they're doing. You're like, no, come on. The problem is that the amount of iron required to preserve soft tissue just isn't available. In experiments done by Schwitzer's group, they used levels of iron many times higher than would ever be found in the hemoglobin from red blood cells. Fats and sugars degrade quickly, so the idea that they could somehow contribute to cross-linking is far-fetched. Evolutionists are desperate to find a way to make the evidence of soft tissue fit with millions of years. But there's much simpler and better explanation. Dinosaurs were buried quickly and deeply as a result of Noah's flood, approximately 4,000 years ago. The tissue is well preserved and is relatively young. I know what the thing with science, though, is that she's going to say, you're reading from a like, it's okay if they read from a science paper, right? Or read from a science website. But then if I read something from a creation website, then I'm biased. But not when they read from their religion. That's not biased. That's science. Do you see what's happened here? Really bad. Let's go with Pitch Lumen. Lumen!
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good yourself. Oh, your haircut.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
it's
got it
gone.
cut.
I like
Little
I like the
while
mop top better. Just saying. No, I'm just
ago.
kidding. What's up, my friend?
I think short's nice for baseball.
True.
I wanted to ask you about 2 things real quick. I got a little bit of battery left here, so I'll try to keep concise.
And let me
it's good all as well. Anyway,
I'll put pause real quick just so people understand. When I say when I'm talking about dinosaurs, just so you recognize, I do not believe in anything millions of years old, dinosaur bones, that kind of thing. I do believe animals got large in the past, which we know is true. Lots of animals don't stop growing. Yeah, I mean, kangaroos don't stop growing. Crocodiles, alligators, they don't stop growing ever. Varmints, what are those things called? Anyway, there's lots of different animals that don't stop growing. So
and it's a different environment.
Yeah, so maybe of a oxygen heavy,
more or less lifespan, depending on your environment. It's
Right.
harsher. How well you can adapt.
Right. If there's no humans, if there's not a lot of humans, animals could have lasted, big animals, a long time. As soon as there's a lot of humans, we have brains that can actually like surround them with spears and basically kill them. So we don't have any of those big or as many big animals now. But I certainly don't believe that they were the T-Rex or the pictures that they show us. They're taking one. There's actually, is it the Australopithecus or something, where they found teeth in a cave and they've built a whole animal around the teeth. They'll show you the drawing of the animal and you're like, well, what bones have they found? We just found 2 teeth. So it's like, this is what they call science, and it's simply not. So I don't believe in any of the pictures.
They draw it all around, or just trace amounts of bone to make a whole structure, and
right. They know everything it did. They knew what it ate.
How they choose to.
Yeah.
It's and I mean, if you say, okay, hold on, actually, all right, if you say that you can't have the soft tissue preservation over that length of a time period, then that should mean that you're not going to find soft tissue. Wouldn't that be like your prediction? You won't find soft tissue in a fossil.
Correct.
But
they never checked for it, right? They didn't, because they said it's so old, we don't need to check for soft tissue. But now when they do check for soft tissue, it's in every dinosaur bone.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's and I completely agree. I wanted to ask you about the concept of motion. They allow we detect the motion of the absolute rotational motion, and then they say that we don't detect the motion. We're not allowed to find it with our measurements of things like the orbit and things like galactic orbit, right, and then the linear drift, because those are relative motions. But if you are attaching vectors of direction onto an absolute motion, doesn't that make those motions more absolute, because the Earth is supposed to be like going through a vortex? Another thing about, and these are all sky things, so they're irrelevant to the ground. But the sky itself, as far as the parallax, the turn of the Earth, there's a parallax for stars. They say that's when you're on one side of the sun and the other, and that's a form of.
Oh, you froze. Come on back now. Come on back now. We'll give him a second. He said he only had a couple battery power left. He might have died on us. I might have died on us. Let's wait for him. But anyway, I'm not somebody who believes in dinosaurs or thinks that they were. I believe in big animals, and I believe that humans killed them off, and I believe there's some left. I think wouldn't surprise me if there's pterodactyls and things like that still live in mountains somewhere. Wouldn't be a shocker, but I do think humans have mostly taken them all out. Anything that could tie that into the past or show that they were recent. I mean, there's animals that they say were extinct forever ago, and then they go swimming in the ocean. They're like, oh, there's that animal. There's that certain fish that we said was, basically extinct 40 million years ago. I'm still trying to find anybody who says Mary Switzer. See, this is physics.org. All right, good. This is one of their sites. Now let's see what they say, their opinion. We've got, ever since Mary Switzer found soft tissue in a T-Rex fossil in 2004, scientists have been trying to come to grips with how some biological tissues and cells could preserve with ancient critters. So far, you are so wrong, Brenda, to keep saying she refuted or rebuted finding soft tissue. So far, this is from phys.org. They're claiming it's soft tissue. So you're just wrong. You come on here and tell me how dumb I am and how I don't know anything when you're the one who comes on the show every single week and gets everything you say wrong. When are you going to wake up that you don't know shit? How many times do you get things wrong? See, this is what you get to do. You get to be so fucking dumb, but you claim to have science at your back. So you just pretend to be smart because you believe in what other men tell you to believe. Oh, it's not a religion, though. Yeah, I just believe everything that they say, but it's not a religion. Well, they tell me what my beliefs are, but it's not a religion because there's no God. It's nothing. Nothing created everything. Everything came from nothing. And you can get that because Lawrence Krauss, who sometimes rapes girls and sometimes, predicts how the universe could work and come from nothing when nothing's really just quantum gravity and some other stuff that is mixed in, some energy. That's not nothing. Wake up. Let's keep going. The most popular hypothesis involve a process called cross-linking. We just read about that. It's garbage. Fixatives like formaldehyde keep the tissues from degrading. In part, they make them less digestible to bacteria. Okay. A hypothesis from Switzer and her colleagues on cross-linking involves oxidation driven by dissolved metals such as iron. That's what I already said. Simply put, iron potentially from hemoglobin reacts with oxygen to damage biomolecules such as fats, proteins, carbohydrates, DNA. It does this by creating... This is just made up shit. They will do anything, guys. They'll do anything. We've heard Lawrence Krauss go around saying, nothing in science is unquestionable. There is no authority in science. 2 seconds later, he says, when it comes to evolution, evolution is a fact. There's no arguing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. What you just said, there's no... I mean, it's the most disgusting belief and perpetrated fraud. It's not the most. There's quite a few of them. I'm just trying to say, there's nothing, you can find no evidence, Brenda, of anything that you said. You said Mary Schweitzer is against now her finding that she doesn't call it soft tissue, that it's something else. Yet everything I can find, I even searched by the last year. I'm looking at articles from May 2023, September 2023, May 1st, 2023, April 28th, 2023. This is from NC State News. It says, how are soft tissues from dinos preserved in deep time? Two hypotheses from ancient soft tissue preservation are often one and the same, according to a new study. It's going to go into the iron thing. It doesn't say anything about Mary Schweitzer not believing it. Ever since Mary Schweitzer found soft tissue, yes. Not soft tissue, though, according to Brenda. She knows all things. Not this stupid website. Researchers discover soft tissue bones in a 75 million year old animal, or 7 million year old dinosaur. Researchers discover soft tissue in the bones of a 75 million. I mean, think of how dumb that is. Tissue, soft tissue, blood, cells, and things like that being found in a bone of a from 75 million years. Give me a break. Give me a break. The most well-known instance occurred in 2005 when Mary Schweitzer of North Carolina State discovered collagen in the Tyrannosaurus rex's petrified leg bone. However, such finds are uncommon. No, they're not uncommon. People have made the claim that you would find them in every single dinosaur bone. The problem is they don't let you break dinosaur bones. They don't let you test them because there's no soft tissue in there. They're 75 million years old. Do you see how this is a setup? This is a, what do you call it? You know, if P then Q. It's a logical fallacy, really. They just get away with anything, and then they call it science. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, it says here, however, such finds are uncommon and only have previously been made with fossils that were incredibly well preserved. The latest discovery, which Imperial College London researchers announced this week in the Journal of Nature Communications, is especially remarkable because the fossils they looked at are, to put it mildly, in rather bad shape. So now they're finding it in bad shape dinosaur bones. It's really challenging to convince curators to let you take pieces of their fossils. As Susanna something, an imperial paleontologist and one of the study's principal investigators, said in an interview with The Guardian, the specimens we analyzed are poor quality, quite fragmentary, and not the kinds of fossils you would ever anticipate finding soft tissue. The fossils to which Mediment is alluding were discovered in Canada and over a century ago and eventually found their way to the Natural History Museum. A claw from a carnivorous theropod, a toe bone that resembles a triceratops, and several limb and ankle bones from a duck-billed dinosaur are among them. Scientists chipped microscopic bits off of the fragmented fossils in order to locate clean, uncontaminated surfaces for the bones to analyze. Using an electron microscope, Madiment's co-head researcher examined the specimens and was astounded by what he discovered. But Zano is a materials scientist at the Imperial. No, but Brenda knows better than him. I wouldn't tell him to make any claims. It looked like blood when I turned on the microscope and the increased magnification one morning. Bertazzo describes his examination of the theropod claw in his statement to The Guardian. After discovering what appeared to be red blood cells in two of the fossils, not red blood cells, Mary Schweitzer has declined it. She's got something else. The researchers investigated the idea that the blood may have been contaminated historically, such as if a curator or collector had a cut while handling the item. However, they were certain the blood was not human when they cut up one of the red blood cells and discovered what appeared to be a nucleus. Human red blood cells, like those of other mammals, are unique among vertebrates in that they do not include any cell nucleus. However, it wasn't all. The scientists discovered bands of fibers while studying a cross-section of a preserved rib bone. Collagen, which serves as the primary structure protein in skin and other soft tissues, was discovered to contain the same amino acids in the fibers after they underwent testing. The materials an Imperial scientist discovered still need to be put through more tests to determine whether. Just keep going until somebody finds an answer that makes sense, other than they're young. Can't find that answer. Finally, the latest discoveries suggest an intriguing possibility. Why couldn't dinosaur DNA, even in pieces, have persisted? I mean, this is where they have to go. Do you understand this is not science? Well, we found this collagen, and yeah, that only lasts 10, 20,000 years, whatever. But now the question we have is, why couldn't dinosaur DNA, even in pieces, have persisted 75 million years? I know we said that it was 10 or 20,000, but why not? Why not 75 million years? Why not? That's all you got to ask. And then they keep the lie alive. They don't do science. If they did science, there would be no such thing as dark energy. There would be no such thing as dark matter. We would actually be the center of the universe. But they don't do science. They tell you a story. They push their agenda and their direction because it's a religion. Taking back Eden in the house. What's up, my friend?
Hey, Jaren, can you hear me okay?
Hear you great. Thanks for all your support, by the way, as well.
Oh, my pleasure, and thank you for all you do. You've been you're a 5-star general
Hey, thank you.
in this battle, and you've been truly instrumental, I'm sure, in a lot of people's lives after so many years of being on the front line and willing to show the evidence for us and gather the evidence. I know it takes a lot of time, and I'm truly appreciative.
Thank you.
I appreciate your hard work.
Okay, go ahead. Your floor's all yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I want to remind everyone of an experiment that was taking place. It's called the Ash Conformity Experiment, where people were shown different lengths of line, and they had actors involved peer pressuring people to go against their senses. And they found in the study that 75% of the people involved were actually going against their own senses. Some people think maybe to fit in, and some people believe it was the lack of encouragement, because in the follow-up studies, they started to have someone encourage the person, that had no clue what was going on, and the numbers were completely reversed when people found that there was someone actually encouraging them.
Crazy.
So when I speak to Globers, I try to raise this point with them and maybe show them, are you the 75% that are going against your own senses? Right? And because a lot of them will say, oh, I saw the curve with my own eyes.
Right.
They literally could be just that part of that society that, for whatever reason, they kind of want to fit in, or just...
Absolutely. I mean, it's scary for people to... The thought of being called stupid in front of other people scares a lot of people.
Yes.
You have to have some nutsack to be able to be like, well, no, I'm going to stick by my opinion and force other people to prove theirs rather than just laugh and joke. Like, I couldn't care less.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're part of the community that is encouraging us to continue to trust our senses, and so grateful for all your work.
Well, they try so hard too, right? I mean, I saw this other day, this video about, we can't trust our eyes, and these are some optical illusions. It's like, no, that somebody took what we see and they made an optical illusion. That's not trusting your eyes. That's saying that somebody can trick you. We know that.
Yeah.
So
manipulation through whatever means.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand.
Right. Misdirection is their number one.
Yes.
Yep.
Definitely. And it's sad because we have a lot of people literally going against their own senses. You see me post that in the chat sometimes where I like to ask people, do you even feel the Earth on a supposed tilt?
No.
And it's hilarious, their answers.
Yeah, they just always say we've always known. It's just the way. I mean, it's like, so we could be going 13 quadrillion miles per hour. I mean, who cares? We've always been going this fast, so it's just as fast as we go.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because, right? Isn't there a velocity change from the equator to the poles, supposedly? So,
Yeah.
like, how would we not, or a blind person, how would they not, with a blind person with heightened senses?
See, they love to push this onto an airplane. So they would tell you, let's say you're spinning at the equator. Let's say you're in Florida and you're going 800 miles per hour, right? And you fly to Alaska to where you're landing going 100 miles per hour. They would just say it's the equivalent of you taking off in a plane going 800 miles per hour, which you wouldn't notice. And if it's slowed down on that trip all the way to Alaska to 100 miles, they would just say you would never notice that. You would just be, again, this is they love to play the airplane trick, which is it's a enclosed air plane.
Absolutely. Optimized to minimize sound.
Yeah.
But if we were in an open airplane,
Right.
we would definitely notice.
But we're so lucky we get the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth. Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Very amazing.
So I just wanted to jump on here and say thank you, Jen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'd love to join you in the future chats, and we're always here for you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks as well.
Have a good one.
Cheers, guys. You too. Thanks.
All right, so just one more thing here. I just saw this article that says remains of soft tissue may have been found inside of a 195 million year old dinosaur. Do you see what's happening here? Rather than them just be real and be like, you know what, dinosaurs might be more they can't do that because of the evolution lie. This is what happens when you tell one lie and then you need to snowball. This is why when people say, "Oh, is everybody lying about the Earth?" I'm not sure it started as more than, "Oops, we made a little mistake," but we can't tell people, so just keep going with it. And they're able to set this up. I don't know if it was a deception from the very beginning, like let's make them think it's a ball, or if it was like we think it's a ball, and then they realize it's not, and they're like, well, it's too late now. We can't say that. If we tell them now, then they'll go back to the church, and science will be nothing, and we'll be laughed at and out of existence, and it'll go down in history that way. So instead, they created their own religion, one in which they're always right, one in which the new people that come into the religion, if they want to submit papers to be considered truth and facts, they have to go through the existing religious parishioners and high priests and cardinals that are there. And if they give you a blessing, if they say, oh, then you can post your stuff. Okay, be very careful though. Researchers think they may have uncovered preserved soft tissue in the remains of a dinosaur that has been dead for 195 million years. The findings suggest that proteins are able to survive at least 100 million years more than previously thought. That's wrong. Where did they say they could do it 95? I mean, these guys are just liars, and they act like science is just this, no biases at all. They don't have a bias that dinosaurs have to be over than 65 million years old, even though we don't date dinosaur bones. It's like, okay. Yeah, so Brenda, you're just wrong. And so the next time you come on the show, you can start out the show by saying, Jaron, I admit that I was wrong. Mary Switzer didn't do what I said. Mary Switzer did exactly what you said, and her mechanism for it was exactly what you said. So I apologize for saying you don't know what you're talking about. In reality, I don't know what I'm talking about. So try that next time, Brenda, rather than just keep coming on this show and talking shit and getting everything wrong. Why would anybody listen to you? You told us that satellites are a minimum 1,000 miles from Earth. Remember that? You can't tell me how many miles the Earth curves in 2 miles. You can't tell me how many feet it curves. Anybody watching the show can tell me. They can tell me 3 miles. They can tell me 5 miles. They can tell me 10. Not you. You just call other people dumb and can't do simple mathematics. So, what are you going to do? I get it. It's your religion. I understand that you've already made these declarative statements, like you've gone on debate shows and said there is no God. You have to come to grips with that. That's on you. You think the world's accidental. That's hilarious to me, because I'm sure things always blow up. Go crash a plane a trillion times and tell me when it makes anything, and you'll realize it doesn't. It results in a disaster and a mess every single time. It doesn't create anything. Yet you believe in a magical event that created everything in a second, in a millisecond. Created everything. Came from nothing. Oh, not nothing. According to Jaron, you're a straw man. You're lying. Actually, Lawrence Krauss says that it can come from nothing as long as nothing has a little bit of gravity and some magic sauce in it or something. I mean, why would anybody believe these things? You can rewind the sky clock and get to 1/1,000,000th of a billionth of a second after the Big Bang. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm not that dumb. And you can see back in time, too. Oh, yeah, I see back in time. These guys are great. They're great. They do everything really cool. That's the thing. Let's try to see if there's any. I don't see anything about Mary Switzer. What did she say here? Part of the value of this research is that it gives us insight into how proteins can modify and change over 80 million years, added Mary Switzer, a molecule paleontologist. It tells us not about how tissues preserve over time, but gives us the possibility of looking at how these animals adapted to their environment while they were alive. I mean, they have no way out. When you find stuff like that, you got to kind of just keep telling stories. Just keep telling stories. Okay, so that's a big one for me, though, because when I saw those PhD scientists that submitted a paper, they sent in 10 T-Rex bones. They got them. They sent them for carbon dating. They didn't tell them they were T-Rex bones because you can carbon date bones, okay? But you can't carbon date T-Rex bones because they're too old. That's what they tell you. That's the presupposition. It's not science that led them there. We've got a date that dinosaurs are 65 million years or older, so therefore you can't date them in this method because this method comes back between 0 and 40,000 years. But you're like, okay, so we want to send them through that. Nope. I'm sure you've heard the Jack Horner call, have you? Oh, by the way, I heard Bob Enyart died. I did not know that. I like Bob. Let's see, Jack Horner and Bob Enyart. Is that how you say his name? Come on, have that video. It's a great call where he said, well, that's not going to help us. Here's a Reddit. Come on. Carbon-14 analysis refused on dinosaur bones. I remember this by Jack Horner. Where's the video? I might have it. I know I have it in one of my older videos. I just thought somebody would have a link here. Can somebody give me a link? Here we go. The amazing part of the soft tissues. Okay, this one. I remember watching a document where Mary Switzer and she had managed to get a T-Rex sample to be pliable. I don't see. Why would you be listening to low-life like Bob Enyart? Oh, I love. Atheists are so great. Just call anybody who's religious a low-life. Like they're not low-life liars. Come on my show and be like, you're wrong. Mary Switzer did this and Mary Switzer did that and she said this and it's all just a lie to prop up your fucking religion. It's disgusting. Disgusting. But again, here's the thing. This is why I let Brenda on the show. This is why I let Brenda debate, because it shows. People are waking up. People see that these people are empty, that they have nothing, that they just lie and convolute and make up stories and then tell us they don't believe in a religion. Science isn't a religion, but I believe that dinosaur bones are dated by when they date the rocks with the Argon 360. And what? How is that not a religion? How is that not a belief? Just because some men tell you they've proven it and you go around saying that doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true at all. I don't know why they don't put a fucking link in here. Let me see. I want to find that call. Let's see. Let's go videos and see if it shows up. Jack Horner, Bob Enyart. Yes, that's what I want. I got it in my video. Is this it? What? The Polk County Sheriff's Offices. How do you spell Enyart? By the way, I heard he died from COVID around the same time as Rob Skiba. I think. And the same exact story. Same exact story. That he went in for pneumonia. They put him on the respirator. Sorry, I'm on YouTube. They put him on the respirator and his life was saved. Doctors came to the rescue. He took 17 vaccines. Now he's a great upstanding. Oh, wait, died. I don't know. It's hard to explain to you. Yeah, we'll do it offline. How about this one? Come on. So I want to start out by saying, yeah, you always have to start out by saying, "This is I'm not a creationist. I swear, guys, I'm not a creationist." Right? Because if you are, then they'll just not even listen to anything you say because you have to be wrong. And all the great scientists, the men that they worship, the guys you see back in time, they're the ones who are right. They're the ones who are right. The Huskers name the Dean's List. I don't see it. All right, we'll find it over here. We'll find it ourselves then. It's on ODYSEE.com. If you want to watch my old stuff, go there. By the way, I'm going to look at super chats in a second if you want to send in a super chat, or if you want to take care of the channel, support just $1. Helps me do this. Help me do this full time, and I would be greatly appreciated. And I don't have to go back to work ever again. Let's go with Jeranism search, okay. And we'll see. I just want that one phone call because it just tells you all about it. Tells you what? Oh, there. And we just got to scroll down here and find them. Or what are you looking at? Oh, you're looking at the same thing. Okay, let's go with view more and search for Dino. Come on. Oh, he says no results, and you have to wait a little bit. Dino, S-A-U-R-S? Dinosaurs? No. Maybe it's called. Oh, there we go. Yes, that's it right here. Is it this one? This one, I believe. Or is it this one? Oh, soft tissue exposes evolution's lie. Let's try this one first. See if we get the Jack Horner call in here. Let's see. I think it's in here. I might have to move through this a little bit. Doesn't show me previews? Come on. Let's go, Odyssey. Might not be around very long from what I hear. What is going on? Come on. 8,700,000 species. And so I said, okay. Such a good video. On the same page, I found a thing That's saying just 3 a different big numbers for species. centipede. I'm pretty sure there's 3 foot. Figure was based on an innovative % now identified evidence. In 1955, yeah, listen to this. 13
grinding it down.
Let's move on to the Watch this animal. most ridiculous made-up species number 3. I mean, species that you're happy are extinct.
Yeah, yeah.
That.
Number 3, Gigantopithecus. This creature lived around 9 million years
Thank you for
ago
subscribing.
around Asia. The way the animal's teeth and jaws are constructed.
Okay, so listen. He lived about 9,000 years ago. Here's how big he was. Okay, they show him next to all these humans, next to a gorilla, next to a Chewbacca. Okay, King Kong you see next to him. So we're learning how big he is. How many bones did they find?
They were able to chew very tough and fibrous foods.
Oh, they chewed tough and fibrous foods.
By crushing, cutting, or grinding it down.
All right, I guess this one seems pretty cool. Gigantopithecus, 9 million years ago, to as close as 9 million 100,000 years ago.
Oh, to 100,000.
That's a nice run.
Yeah.
See what else here. To chew, it says it cut, crushed, or grinded its food.
Yes, that's what chew is.
Well, isn't that what chew means?
Mm-hmm.
It says they stood at 10 feet tall. Wow, huge. But some argue it was only 6.5 feet tall.
Oh, what?
Wait. Well, don't the bones tell you the height?
Yeah, just measure them. Stack them and
So
measure
they
them.
first found some ground up teeth in a Chinese medicine shop.
Sorry?
Well, that doesn't seem like a good find. It says since then, very few have been found, aside from some molars in a Chinese medicine shop.
You hear that?
All right, that's good evidence. In 1955, 47 teeth were found. Ooh.
Teeth.
And in 1958, 3 mandibles and 1,300 teeth were found. 1,300
I
teeth.
guess they found all of this in a cave, but then they realized that the cave where they found the teeth and the mandibles wasn't a cave when said Gigantopithecus was alive. So then they said a porcupine must have brought all the teeth into
The porcupine brought all the teeth.
Nice one. I was going to start thinking that someone might have planted them in the cave.
No, that could never
but,
happen.
Glad you determined it was that pesky tooth-stealing porcupine.
There's a lot of
Well,
them.
it says also that the appearance is not
Hey!
known because of these sparse
50
samples.
bucks from who?
Yeah, hard to know what something looks like when all you have is teeth. But then
Charlie!
again, you'll see down here we've got pictures of what they look like on the left.
Right, because of the teeth.
You know. Okay, I'm over Gigantopithecus. I
'Cause
mean,
well, with
no
the
way those teeth were placed in that cave is another missing link, right?
No, but if you have teeth, you can then look at like the sides of them and decide. Well, he definitely had this big head and he had big shoulders. And then you look at the side of the tooth, you're like, oh, he had 4 toes, and his pelvis was a little bit out. I mean, you can get a lot of information from teeth.
It's like, who put these teeth in here? Anyone know?
I know.
It was the
I know.
Pork. You fine. Huh?
E-pine. Or Q-pine. That was the best answer of all time. Q-pine. Q-pine. Not gonna be up there.
What is cupine?
This
is the greatest answer I've ever heard.
Is number one?
No, good answer.
Oh, there
good
it is.
answer. The porcupine, he gathered up all the teeth in his handbag and
Yeah.
brought them into the cave.
Right.
Yeah, let's move on. Again, believe what you want.
I believe that. I believe in that, though. That seems real to me. Porcupine carries the teeth in there from all the Gigantopithecus. I mean, I don't know why people argue with science. Science is true whether or not you believe in it. Those teeth came from that guy. The porcupine told
Dated
us.
probably to less than 50,000 years.
Here we go. It's gonna be
So
in
he
here.
was terminated by the college that he worked for his religious views.
Mark
And
Armitage.
just recently, he settled out of court with them for his termination for a 6-digit sum. Now let's listen to him years ago. This is right after Mary Schweitzer found soft
There you go, a little
team
further.
dated at the University of Arizona using both the AMS and beta decay methods, and all of them dated between 22,000 and 40,000 years old. Well, immediately after the speech, they were handed a paper
This is
that
what I saw.
basically told them that there was an obvious error in their data, and so their paper was removed even from the website as if it never happened. In the description, I'll list a before and after link. One link will
Blood vessels. Blood vessels. 4 billion years.
anybody who can't see that there's an obvious problem there needs to open their eyes a little bit wider. Now we'll listen to Lawrence Krauss speak with Bob Enyart over the phone. And remember, Lawrence Krauss is the one that told us that there are no unshakable truths in science,
Right.
and that it's okay to question anything. Let's see how much he stands behind that statement.
And moreover, we have genetic and fossil evidence.
Listen to him. He sounds like Brenda. We have genetic and fossil evidence in the fossil record. Yeah, where? What do you have? We do. We have guys that have done this. Guys have found it.
Going back and
Thousands of years.
4.5 billion years old.
We have blood vessels.
4 billion years old. We have many fossils that are almost 1 billion years old, and we have a tremendous amount of evidence of exactly how life evolved on Earth. And why must people reject all the knowledge we have because they insist?
Because false.
Because of dinosaur blood vessels.
Why don't you open your mind to the evidence of reality and say, look, if there is a God, the God, as Galileo once said, if there is a God, he gave us a brain.
There's carbon-14 in the mosasaur fossil that has soft tissue. Harvard has sequenced proteins from a hadrosaur. Carbon-14 can't last 1 million years, yet it is everywhere.
Be contaminated when there's a whole basis of knowledge which tens of thousands of scientists have worked their whole life on. Then people like
Sorry,
you come along and say,
crybaby.
I want to deny all that knowledge because I've decided in advance.
No,
in
you've
advance of
decided
reading
in
anything,
advance.
based on some book that was written God knows how long ago. That's closed-mindedness. That's not open-mindedness.
The anomalies are everywhere worldwide. There's carbon-14, diamonds.
And you might recall this conversation that we're going to listen to next.
This one's great.
Bob Enyart talking with Jack Horner after Mary Schweitzer had found
One of my
the
favorite
soft
conversations
tissue inside
ever.
the T-Rex bone, and Bob Enyart offers $20,000 by the end to simply have that T-Rex bone carbon-14 tested.
Can you imagine? He's asking science, will you carbon date this bone? I'll give you $20,000. They can't do it. Nope, can't
So
do that.
let's see if they had a problem with that.
Let me tell you where I'm coming from here.
Yeah, please do that.
All right. Obviously, your group is a group of creationists,
Right, so we can't do things for creationists.
Yeah.
and
Well,
and the spin they can get off of it,
Right.
doing it, is
Well,
not going to
is-
help. Not going to help us.
it's not going to help us. So science needs help. And it's not going to help us if we let you do our science. You can't decide which bones need to be tested. We decide that, because otherwise it's not going to help us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even though it's just a scientific test,
Just a test.
they're not
Well,
asking for
it's
voodoo.
not
or
a. It's not actually a scientific.
Oh, it's not
test.
scientific
That's
test.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Carbon-14 dating something with soft tissue.
Listen to him laugh right here.
Jack, if I could.
See, what he's saying is we don't date dinosaur bones with carbon-14 dating. Yeah, but why not? Well, they originally would say because there's nothing to test. Then you say, yes, there is. We're finding soft tissue. Well, we still don't date them. Why not? Because they're 65 million years old, so they wouldn't come back right. Yeah, you're claiming that, but if you believe in science, then the test should lead you where you're going. You have already decided ahead of time that they're this old, so when we find soft tissue in them, then it must be that soft tissue lasted that long. That's your only, because the other assumption is you've been wrong this whole time, which these scientists can't handle.
Raise $20,000. Would
Not
it be
going to
worth?
help us. Not going to help us.
Not going to help us.
Of course, that test was never done, and now we'll listen to a little bit more of Lawrence Krauss as he clearly shows that he is triggered by scientific evidence that goes against his preconceived worldview.
All right.
In every single bit of data, we have evidence.
The
we have
Neanderthal
archaeological evidence of civilizations
Lawrence,
that are older than 10,000 years
Lawrence, the Neanderthal DNA has been sequenced.
Yeah, I know.
It's closer to you than a chimp is to a chimp within the same species of chimps. So the creationists who've been saying for decades that Neanderthals were people have been confirmed. DNA doesn't lie.
What do you mean people?
People. And so many atheists and evolutionists now saying that perhaps...
I don't know what you mean by atheists and evolutionists.
Well, there's some people who are atheists, some people are evolutionists.
All scientists are
What do you mean
evolutionists.
by evolutionists?
People who believe molecules to man evolution. Neo-Darwinism.
No, what do you mean? Well, as I said,
Can I tell you what they're saying
You
before
mean the
we...
people who accept the evidence of
Yes, those people.
empirical science.
Yes,
I mean,
those
the same people who believe the Earth is round. for
Those
example.
people. Well, the president of the Flat Earth Society is a Darwinist.
Well,
You know, they
that's
operate
fine, but
today.
I'm just saying he's an idiot for being a president of Flat Earth
I
Society
agree with
because the Earth is
you.
round.
See, we agree on something.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Lawrence,
and all I'm saying is there are no scientists who aren't evolutionists.
Could I make my
No
point?
scientists.
So
They don't
you,
believe in gravity.
could I make my point so you can
Okay.
tell me I'm wrong?
They're on the same level of.
What is the believing in gravity? How retarded are these people? Believing in gravity. What do you mean? It's like, oh, we can measure it, Jaron. It's 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay, so you've measured how fast things drop. That's it. You've got a story to go with it that says that spheres pull to the center and all these things. Would never show that. You just have a religious belief about what you've assigned to things dropping. I don't need to assign gravity to things dropping. Don't need to do it. All right, let's go to the phones. I heard somebody pop in. We've got Alan. Alan! Space
Yo,
audits
what up, big
in the
dog?
house. What is that? Is that a scientific coat? Or is that a priest alb? Can't tell what you're wearing.
Nah, it's just a white t-shirt.
Oh, okay. That's boring.
White t-shirt.
Did you get that message I sent you? Did you watch that video? You said, what's
No.
this? Is that Facebook video? It's the last thing I sent you, where the guy's talking about using electrostatics to create the anti-gravitic effect. Let me find it.
Oh, no.
I'll show it to
check
you real
out.
quick.
I don't think you sent that to me, bro.
Oh, I think what I did is I told you I was sending it to you, and then I accidentally sent you a different link, and you're like, what's this? And I'm like, oops, wrong link. Remember that?
Yeah.
I don't think I sent it
that's
again. Let me check
it's
it
coming
out.
back to me now.
Yeah. I'm sure you talked to a lot of people like me. I'm way behind on Telegram right now for the first time in a long time. I'll get to it tonight. What's up?
Yeah, so I came to give a quick rendition of Aries' failure in the scientific method and how that's a great experiment that proves that the Earth is stationary.
Nice. Let me see if I can find this real quick for me. What we've got. Hey, did Toby get called by Rokfin?
Oh, you know what? I'll have to ask him.
Okay, ask him. If not, let me know so I can write Jaime again. My last batch, I sent him a few names, and I don't think anybody's been contacted. So maybe he probably hasn't. Is my guess. But where did I send it to you? And then you said, okay, I remember that part. And then I said, you see this? Okay, no, what's that? I said, oops, that's nice of me. Let me think of where else I sent it. Oh, I know who sent it to me. What is her name? Let me see here. And then we'll get to you. Once I just want you to see this because I thought it was pretty damn cool. Where is she? No, come on. What was that girl's name? No, I'm not going to be able to find it. Watch. Oh, yeah, this is, I think, here. No. God, I can't remember her name. She always sends me, I hate Facebook links on Telegram because they're the only ones that doesn't show you what it is. I gotta click this. Come on, is she in here? What is the name? No. Yeah, this one. Found it. And this one. Pretty interesting, this one. And I put for sure, where's the one I said? Yeah, this one. Okay, watch this video.
Where are you looking at?
Today was a crazy day. I saw this International Space Station crossing the moon, and I thought to myself, how come it's only about a quarter of the size of a plane crossing the moon? It seems like it'd be much smaller than that, especially when we look at the size comparison and see that both an airplane and the International Space Station are about the same size as a football field. And then you look at a football field from an
airplane. I can't hear the audio on it.
Oh, I forgot that. I don't know why that's happening. Let me see.
I actually did see that.
Oh, you saw this one, but you saw him talk about the, where is it in this one that I'm talking about? Let me just let this play through. If you can't hear it, I'll send it to you after.
Plane window, and you realize that it looks pretty small from there. So then I wonder, is this really 250 miles away? Then I thought to myself, well, it can't be fake because I can go on YouTube and watch the live stream of the ISS coursing across the face of the Earth. And someone obviously took this picture, and I know you can track it, and there's people who see it all the time, but the live feed footage doesn't look much higher than a weather balloon. And we all know most satellites are launched by balloon. So then I came across this thing, which is a U.S. patented triangular spacecraft that uses what is called unconventional spacecraft propulsion systems, which is a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field interacting with a plane wave emitted by the antennas on the sides of the hull generates force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. Then I find out that these electrostatic propulsion systems are used in satellites. Then I start to look into electrostatic levitation. What? Then I find out about the electrostatics in our atmosphere, that it has an equipotential increase of 100 volts per meter, which could possibly be the reason for the downward bias of things trying to seek equilibrium on the ground. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I figure out that liquid oxygen is actually magnetic. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. If liquid oxygen is magnetic and frozen oxygen is this beautiful sky blue, then does liquid oxygen somehow interact with this electrostatic orbital electromagnetic field? I don't know. Wait, what? Then I found this thing, a toroidal field made out of copper and stones. All of a sudden, he hangs this golden necklace over it, and it starts orbiting. Oh, have you seen the path of the ISS over the flat Earth? Yeah, that's the path it takes. The International Space Station path over the flat Earth. It's a toroidal field. I don't know. This is why they don't want us to do our own research, because simply just...
Yeah, they want us all guesswork, but we're getting places. And think of how fast we've done it. I don't care if it's been 9 years or 10 years. This is grassroots, people at their home with no money, with no funding, who are finding all these things that have been hidden from us. And people think that the globe, and this is why the Globers are scared. This is why Brenda's on my show. This is why Toon cares. This is why FTFE wants to be on the show. is because we are interrupting their pretty little world where everything scientists say is great, and they don't actually have to think. They just say science, science, refraction, gravity, and get away with anything. All right, let's go back to Toby over here. Alan over here. Alan, all right, there you go. Welcome back. I don't know if you were able to hear that, but
No, I couldn't actually hear it, but
well, let me send it to you.
I
right
remember the video. It's on Telegram. I know where to go.
Okay. Yeah, I just wonder what you thought about that. If you think that that's what's going on.
Yeah, so it's pretty likely, right? Because we're talking like, actual mechanisms for things. Like, how would it work on a flat Earth, right? What's going to follow that toroidal pattern? What produces that? And it turns out, like, the sky. When you go closer to the when you get higher in altitude, the charge potential gets increases, and if you're following like a flow of that charge, I mean.
So if I asked you right now, if I said, "Is the ISS up there?" without the necessary people inside of it. So if I'm just asking, is there a craft in the sky moving at ridiculous speeds? What would you say to that?
It would be crazy that there wouldn't be one if all that works out. Like, yeah, like you would have something like that up there sending you back data and stuff. So you would tell the public, oh yeah, we got dudes up there in the tuna fish can doing somersaults for children, and you would perpetuate that. But the whole time, its whole purpose would be collecting data from the sky, right? Because when my buddy Toby was looking heavily into cosmic rays and like what goes on in the upper levels of the atmosphere that they say is producing the energy that produces Earth's electric field in the sky, that voltage gradient, right? So like they have all these crazy explanations for it that are all ad hoc based on simulations to reify that energy. They have no idea what's going on up there. So it's like, yeah, they would definitely have something up there to give them data and feedback in real time to try and figure out what it is.
Yeah, I think that's why they took over the STEM areas of science, because what they want to do is, if anybody discovers anything, they want it to be under their watch. If anybody figures out how to get out of here, they want to know first, because they've been trying to get out forever. And they worship the devil. All right, go ahead. Sorry, I started your clock, but I can give you a pause there. So I started a little early. So you're going to be showing us what again?
Oh, so I don't have anything prepared. I was just going to kind of talk about it real quick.
Please, about Aries failure.
Yeah, so I linked the video in the private chat if you want to play it, so the audience can get the visuals. But it's pretty simple and straightforward.
Which one? The first one or second one?
The YouTube link is the Aries failure. The second one is Parallax. If we have time to get to that, I'd like to talk about that at the end. Negative Parallax.
Which one? It took me to a Aries failure search.
Oh, sorry. It's the Malcolm Bowden video. I meant to link the Malcolm Bowden video. If you can link that, it's the first result.
The most famous failed experiment? I can't see because I've got a broken.
I got you, bro. I got you.
Well, I can find it. I just can't see.
The correct link is in the chat now.
All right, thank you. Okay, go ahead and start talking, and I'll play that. Play it with no sound or play it with sound?
Oh, yeah. Play it with no sound. I'll just talk over and kind of narrate.
Sounds good. Go ahead. Have fun.
Okay, cool. So the premise here is that James Bradley, when he was doing stellar parallax observations, he had his telescope orientated 90 degrees, right? But what he found is that he actually had to get the star in the center of the telescope, he had to tilt it forward slightly, right? So they were like, okay, well, that's due to the Earth's motion, right? And that's where they got stellar aberration and all that kind of stuff from it, right? The extrapolation from it was that it was Earth's motion, and they even have a nice kinematic equation, or I'm sorry, they even have a nice ratio that they can derive to give them 30 kilometers a second when they apply that to the stellar aberration measurement, right? But it's like, that's a kinematic measurement, right? They can't tell you if the Earth is in motion or if the sky is in motion, and the starlight's just coming in at that angle already relative to your fixed position, right? So before Aries failure, there was a guy named Arago, and what Arago did is he took his telescope and he half covered it with a prism, and he looked at starlight, through the air, through no blockage, right? And when he looked at it through the prism, he was trying to see if he needed to correct the telescope angle, because when you introduce a medium, you're changing an independent variable in that situation, and the dependent variable, the starlight, or I'm sorry, which would be the correction angle of the telescope, is going to be dependent on that. Is going to be dependent on the change in that. So if the prediction is if you introduce a medium and you're looking at that same starlight, if the Earth is in motion, you're going to have to compensate for that velocity by tilting the telescope yourself, because the refraction index is going to is going to take over that minuscule correction angle that you're making. If the starlight's already coming in at that degree and you're in a fixed position, then you won't need to make any corrections, right? So the premise that the Earth is in motion was falsified right there. But you know how they are. They were like, what are we gonna do? We'll just chalk this up as a null and keep going with our Copernican principle. So, and then Aries came along a couple years later and was like, hey, same premise. We don't know if based on the angle, if the Earth is in motion or if the sky is in motion. What'll happen if I fill this telescope with water? Like, so natural observed phenomenon, observing the sky in motion, your hypothesis, trying to determine which is in motion. So you're going to introduce a medium to reduce the speed of light coming in, and based off of that relationship in the speed vector of Earth, you're going to have to move the telescope further, or it's going to stay in the same angle because it's already coming in at that angle. Well, what happened, guys? Aries failure. They say that it was a failure to detect the ether. So if you look at the heliocentric prediction in that paper from Aries, the prediction was 30 arc seconds. So that's pretty big for their sky measurements, considering, right? So that's pretty noticeable. What they actually had to do was 0.08 arc seconds, dude. They barely had to adjust it when he introduced water to it. So the fact that it required a slight correction is all is proof that there's an ether drift. And the fact that it was off by so much for the heliocentric prediction, it's not even, motion isn't even on the table, dude. And then obviously from there you get into Michelson, Morley, et cetera, but yeah, I just wanted to give a quick rendition on that because it's the earliest, purest form of the scientific method that we all talk about, right? Like the old observation, define a problem, make a hypothesis, do an experiment with IV, DVs, and derive your theory based on that. All of that was done, but the interpretation that we're given of it is, right, is skewed. So we really just we can stand on these old papers, we can stand on these arguments based on things in the sky, because when you introduce that independent variable, that's literally the deciding factor. That's how you tell the difference between the kinematic measurement of, hey, we see this angle relationship when we ratio it with the speed of light, and it's 30 kilometers a second. Is the Earth in orbit at 30 kilometers a second? Well, when we introduce things and derive that relationship, no, it's not. Not even close.
Right.
So the implication is that whatever's between us and the stars is moving, and there's a drag that's creating the effects that we see. So so I'm not sure where I'm at on time or whatever. Do we have time for just
Let me see
negative parallax or no?
Let me see here. Oh, I love negative parallax. My favorite.
Yeah.
We've got just pitch limit after you pitch. Give it 5 or a couple more minutes. We'll be with you after this one. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So shout out to Sacred from Flat Earth Fridays. He hit me up the other day, or last Friday, with a link to it was like a big link on negative parallax. So
yeah, it's a Harvard paper, right?
Well, so following up on some stuff that I sent him along with that, he found a link to what's been removed, from the internet. So it's on archive.org. So if you want to add that link,
okay,
or put that out there, that would be dope, so people could read this.
That's that second one in the private chat, right?
Yep. But basically, this dude does an analysis of the what's it called, the Tycho category log or whatever.
Okay.
And what that was is that was some stellar observations that they were doing, and they found that 47% of the data set, there's negative parallax, and then in the southern hemisphere, it's symmetrical, 47% on the other side as well. Like, dude.
Wow.
Like dude, that's so impossible on the globe. It's insane. So, and then it goes on from there to talk about the more modern ones. So they go over the Gaia 2 data set. That's a negative. That shows the same symmetrical relationship too. So don't ever let anyone tell you when they say, "Oh, flat earthers can't explain, southern star trails and whatnot." Dude, negative parallax falsifies their model to an insane degree where they couldn't even explain, like you couldn't explain it on a stationary globe unless you invoke an ether mechanism for that sort of thing. Like, it's so bad for them, and the fact that it's symmetrical is crazy.
So tell me this, just because I can understand a little bit. Maybe you understand it better than me, but the more I think about this, I'm like, this is just impossible. So they tell us that GPS satellites are 22,000 miles away, right? And if I'm not mistaken, if you have a phone, then your phone calculates, so somehow the satellite would send a beam and it hits your phone, and your phone then does some calculation. How in the hell it would know when the beam left, I don't know. Supposedly we have some really accurate clocks somehow, but how is the phone accurate as well as the satellite?
No,
Okay.
So it's done on the one way. They encode all the heavy accuracy part relevance of the information with the signal. So when they're sending those signals out, they're sending out the timestamp with it. So when your phone gets it, it doesn't have to do any crazy transformations or get any insane precision accuracy on its end. It's already encoded in it, so it just takes the difference off of that, and it's accurate down to the millimeter off of that.
Right, but if your phone is for it to know where you're at, then it needs to do some calculation of the time, and somehow the time would be dependent on where you're at, right? For instance, if let's say I'm standing on my street, or I'm standing on my roof, or I'm standing 2 blocks away, right? So in order for my phone to know where I'm standing, according to their GPS, the signal sent from the satellite with its time encoded would hit my phone, and because of the time that it took, my phone then knows where I'm at.
Yep, it's a time interval system.
Right.
Exactly.
So how would the atmosphere not be effective in slowing down that beam? So the beam is traveling.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super negligible. They don't even account for it. Of all the factors they account for, that's not even one of them.
Okay, but so think about what we're saying there. Then why would it be any? If I'm standing on my street and my house and 2 blocks away, how could that time that it takes to get to each of those spots not be negligible? You're standing right close to each other. How is the amount of time it takes the signal to get to me on the street, or me on the roof, or me on 2 blocks away? How would that be so vastly different that the whole thing doesn't make sense? I don't even think it works.
No, they break time down to, this is what they say, that they break a second down to 9,192 millionths of a second. So it's like the time that it takes for C to propagate.
Okay, so how would it not make a difference? But how would it not make a difference then if there's clouds above me, or rain, or anything? If we're talking about 9 billionths of a second, then the clouds would slow down light enough that would cause it to think I'm somewhere that I'm not.
So going through air, the electromagnetic propagation, it goes through at like 9.9 or 99.9999997 at C of C. So they don't even count for it. So I don't know.
So it refracts. So light only refracts none. Then in that case.
Yeah, essentially is what they're saying.
Even though it goes more and more and more atmosphere, so it would have to curve down, and like all the. I mean, their stories are just so convoluted and garbage now at this point.
Yeah, so like the distances obviously are off, and then through scale and variance with a shadow coordinate system, it can encode where it's at on the globe at 22 kilometers and give that differential and everything. So it'll tell you where you're at on the globe. So it's obviously way closer, and it's negligible through that. So I would say
I think it's closer to it.
It's just not that high.
Somebody asked me recently. I'm just going to ask you this: are we positive that radio waves and light would travel in a vacuum?
Yeah, they do, and also.
But I mean, that's been tested to your satisfaction, not just the words that they say.
Yeah, so there was a guy named I forget his name, Demijov or Baranov. I forget which one did which, but one of them did interferometry in a vacuum, right? And what happens is you still get the pulsation, but the magnitude of the fringes reduces greatly. It goes down a ton, but you still get fringes and everything. It just reduces.
Yeah, somebody asked me.
It's pretty interesting. So it's kind of like, imagine trying to. So when they do these vacuum tests, right, and they're like, oh look, the speed of light's the same because it doesn't produce a fringe. Well, what's actually happening is that you're trying to measure imagine trying to measure the waves of the ocean, and you're like, okay, well to do that, we've got to drain the ocean,
right?
Right. So so the amplitude reduces down to where it's negligible, and they interpret that as C propagating at its full speed. Yeah, but what's actually happening is that they're reducing the impedance down, and that there's nothing to wave against to give that amplitude to the fringe.
I think the biggest thing is that
it absolutely does.
And the GPS satellites or the GPS code being closed source. And every time I say that, I see people in the chat saying it's not closed source. Here's a link. Here's a link. Here's a link. It's like, no, I'm not saying that it's not a code that you can implement in your device. It is, but the transformations, the numbers, the mathematics is not for you to see. Yeah. So if you lived on a plane and you needed to return to somebody where they would be on the globe, what you would do is you would have those mathematics embedded in your balloons or whatever you're using. so that when a signal is sent from there and you are saying, here I am on the Earth, they say, well, here you are on the globe. And that's it.
Bro, I did a presentation on that recently. That's exactly how it would work. So when I said, I mentioned earlier, like a shadow coordinate system, that's exactly how it would work. It would all be relative to the center of the ECI. So you would take like the center of the North Pole, right? You would have everything out from there. You would have its accurate position and everything in real space relative to the actual maps of everything. And then you would have that projected onto a globe, right? And the difference in there would all be encoded in, and you would just do it through scale invariance. So when people see a satellite move across the sky at whatever speed they say, they're like, oh yeah, that's proportional. It's proportional to it going across the speed at that distance, but the altitude could be vastly different. But the signal that they send is going to, it's encoded with the information that the satellite is coming from 22 kilometers out, right? So it's already backwards compatible with it on the back end. And in addition to that, you would already have it work that way, and not even necessarily for nefarious purposes, for military reasons, right? Because you wouldn't want to have somebody be able to actually derive the altitude of your satellite so they could attack it or something like that, right? Or like its actual position. So you would have it, that would already be built into it. And then on top of that, I don't know if you know this, Jaron, but they have what's called meridian corrections built into the signal time. So it deduces like how long the time was taken, and then applies a meridian correction. So it's basically like how long the speed of light would, if it propagated for X amount of time, how many meridians would it have crossed, and they adjust the time of that, thereby or thus adjusting the distance. So like you can't even use GPS to get an accurate reading over long distances, because it's always going to go back to the globe, but it's going to be super accurate short distances. But that's how they're going to hide it.
Correct.
When you try and check over long distances, it's going to be globular.
Yeah, these guys are like, show me a plane that's going 1,200 miles per hour. It's like, I can't, because you believe in the GPS distances.
Dude, yeah, it gets super hard with that, because it's already corrected and baked in. Like I was reading this paper from the 90s where these gentlemen wanted to go and look at GPS corrections to verify the speed of light is the same in all directions. So when they did their analysis from the raw GPS data from the main central place in Colorado where they store all the data, the data that they got was already SAGNet corrected, doing air quotes. I'm sorry, my green screen's blocking it out, but it was already quote unquote SAGNet corrected, and they say that this is due to the rotation of the Earth and whatnot. But
which doesn't make any sense.
Not to get into the full specifics of that, that's absolutely not the case. And what they're actually doing in that data is applying first order velocity corrections to the speed of light to make it seem like on the GPS end that the speed of light is the same, and it's deriving the distance based off of that constancy. But that's not true. They already corrected it on the back end before anyone even gets to see it. So the idea that like you can just go to an open source, you're like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna go to GitHub and debunk the globe.
Yeah, right.
All right, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah. Miss me with that. You know what I'm saying?
No, and then that guy that we had the interview with, Austin and I were talking to him, and he's like, yeah, but it works. It works. It's like, yeah, it works. That's the deception. Like you shouldn't be surprised if we're saying, hey, you're being deceived, and then you're like, yeah, but it works. It's like, yeah, we know that. That's why it's a deception. If it didn't work, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nobody would ever have believed it. So
it works. It works off classical mechanics, and they retrofitted relativity on the back end of it starting in the 90s, in the mid 90s. There's a paper about it where an engineer had to kind of come out and go, all right, well, we're not accounting for. People have been asking why we're not accounting for the relativistic corrections. So basically, what's happening is the sensitivity of our equipment is such that we don't need to account for special and general relativity, because the velocity corrections and the gravitational potential corrections are canceling each other out. So we can just use classical mechanics. And then after that, they started back-ending relativistic transformations and all that to explain everything. And it's like, cool, man. GPS only works because of relativity. It's like, dude, it's built on the background of classical mechanics.
Well, keep doing what you're doing. Keep putting out what you're doing, because it's helping a lot of people. It's helping me understand things clearly. You can explain things a lot simpler than I can find them on phys.org or something, and it just helps me to watch your videos. Sometimes I do have to watch them more than once, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I do what I have to do. But I appreciate it. You've really helped out a lot. Anything else for you?
No, that's it, man. So check us out on, what do we got coming up? So Friday, we got Flat Earth Friday. We'll be streaming that for a little bit. And then on Tuesday, we'll be doing a LIGO presentation at 7 p.m. Toby and I will be presenting on that, and the fraudulence of LIGO. We'll be kind of going in depth on that.
Oh, Brenda heard that.
Oh yeah. And then on Thursday we'll be doing probably reading something. We'll be doing some live research and doing some live reading, some stuff.
Lovely. And what time does Flat Earth Friday start?
So usually 8 to 9 p.m. It kind of fluctuates a little bit, but that's generally
Eastern or?
when it yes.
Okay.
Eastern, yeah. Yeah, and they go super late too. So if you want to pop through or whatever, to come on by, they always shout you out and give you love. Man, shout out to the boys, the level heads.
Yeah, level heads, shout out. Okay, I'll head over there. Appreciate it.
All right, peace, bro.
Let's go to pitch. Pitch, Lumen. Go.
So usually.
Whoa, what happened to your picture?
Hello?
There you are. We got you.
Okay. My bad. My phone cut out.
We figured.
Yeah, I just thought if I could finish that
You may.
the point. Okay. Thank you.
Anytime.
The parallax of the star. So they have the one side of the star and the other, and and then they say the parallax is the difference, whatever side of the sun we're on, the change in the apparent position of the star
Versus the background stars, right?
What's that?
The change in position is compared to the background stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so the other type of parallax that there would be similar to, like, if you were driving in a car, you would look out your window and you would see the closer object
right.
to you move slower, the faster, and then the more distant you go, the slower the object appears.
Correct.
To move in your field of view. And if the Earth were turning and you had stars that were closer and more distant, certain stars throughout the night would look faster or slower than others, because from my understanding, from what I've been able to observe and try to recreate, parallax seems unavoidable as far as like how we perceive light from distant objects. It's a way of factoring and determining the distance to the object. So it seems kind of like it would be like it would have to almost be there, not just the distant parallax, but the rotation, because they're distant. It's the same whether you're moving on an object and the thing is stationary far away, or
right.
you're stationary and the thing far away is moving. There's a parallax obligation, it would seem, like speed. And then the other thing that I wanted to say that after Brenda with the hump, but now that I'm back home, I can I drew something real quick, and I'll try to just show it, because hopefully it would help alleviate that situation with you.
Yes.
So this, if you can see this here.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe this is what Brenda's talking about.
Oh, she's for sure talking about that. She just is saying that it's a zero elevation, therefore there's no hump. But the hump is what is the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what, because there's Earth in the way, and that's what maybe Brenda is thinking. You're like talking tangent, like if you go straight out, and then you would just have this drop away, which is not really a hump. But all you have to like get what would be called a hump by shape is if you tilt the board a little bit, and now you would have this person equal. I should have drawn a dashed line.
Gotcha.
Going across, but you would have a person equal to the like if you measured base to base,
right?
It would be
and call that your
elevation,
baseline, your flat line.
And then that hump is what's in the middle. So you can have it both ways, where it would like kind of be a hump or not be a hump. It just depends on how you have it angled. So I don't know. Maybe hopefully that would help as.
It's just an argument where she can't admit that there's a hump, because she already said there's not. So she just has to go down swinging with that one, I guess. Again, I get it. I know why she's saying there's not a hump, but there is. If you're talking about it's blocking two people's view, or it's got to be a hump that's in the way.
It could be how you're looking at it. And another thing too is like with the refraction and everything that's involved. That was like wasn't that a prediction of the globe too? It was that it was like a lens, but then because it's something that flat Earth claims, biblical Earth claims, are able to take and recreate and demonstrate. Using demonstrations to show real world natural observations. Now it's something that it's like a retraction of that claim of water acting like a lens, vapor magnifying, and then like Kyle actually showed it in his debate with how refraction, the temperature change is enough to change the refraction, the amount of.
Oh, I want to see that too.
light
I've
that
got
bends.
ways to do that in my garage. I want to kind of set up that. I need to get a fish tank. Those are expensive. There's so much.
Well, you can. I mean, even just recording like at the tides, you can see the difference in what you're allowed to see, and or at a lake where there's no tides, it's just temperature change throughout the day. It can
Right.
change how you can see, and that's what in refractive index, whatever you measure at standard is at 20 degrees Celsius, and then if you go up or down in temperature, you're changing the refractive index that you report based on it, and that's based on the temperature at standard pressure, standard atmosphere. So, that I just wanted to ask about those and ask about that. Just a thought, just mention a thought about that, the parallax.
Yeah, that's always been a weird one for me, trying to figure out, what is it on Earth that's happening, but I do think it's just a position change. Right? Because if you are talking about being 6 months later, you're going to be somewhere else. The sky's going to be elsewhere, I guess is the way you word it.
You would have different sky access at night on the nighttime side versus if you were on the other side of the sun.
And then so like we see the stars move a little bit. Well, I guess that's more of the. Well, no, that's still the zodiac. So
there would be stars that you can see at all times of the year, depending on where you live, and then the stars that change throughout the year would move relative to those stars as well.
Okay, gotcha, but not uniformly. If it was a globe,
they would. Well, you would be certain parts of the sky would not be possible to be seen.
Right.
Unless you took the sun out of the picture and then were on that side of the Earth looking towards that part of the sky, then you could see those stars. But because of what the sunlight allows, you can only see so much of the night sky. Like because the light is covering up the stars, but there are certain places can see Polaris all year round, for example.
Right.
And it's because the night sky and the sun does not. They don't. The sunlight can't reach Polaris, so we can see, everybody has access to it. Otherwise, it would be washed out in blue sky. Which again, I think there's something to the blueness of the sky, the filtering of the sky, if our sky is supposed to filter blue light. But I guess maybe I could ask Alan about this too. Isn't there something to the Earth has the currents, the gradient, that increases as you go up?
Right.
That's a uniform increase. And is there something about if an object is a sphere and creating a field that it's not, it doesn't give you a uniform reading of up and down?
Good question, but I don't know how you would. What sphere are you talking about? A sphere of what?
Like if you had a sphere that could create an electric charge and charge up the area around it.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that. Yeah.
It would be, I think, not a uniform increase, but anyway, that was just.
Got you.
It's a lot of thoughts.
What do you believe is that are stars shining on their own, or do you think that they're reflections of the sun?
They, I think, look like their own light.
Okay.
I think they're each doing their thing.
Got you. Okay. Anything else for me?
Just their lights. I don't. Lights in the sky. Points of light. They look really cool. I don't know. So like if you go out looking at stars and you're like playing music or something, I swear sometimes they like pick up on it. I don't know.
It's crazy.
I've had some like cool like riffs or something. And then
We got to get out in the country. I mean, Miss and I've gone a couple places where the stars are just like unbelievable. It's so much different than when you're in the city and it's just all washed out and they look like they're right on top of you. They look like they're literally right there. You can reach out and touch them. Nope, 25 trillion miles away, suckers.
Yeah, and attenuation of light and everything is
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
not a factor. And that's if you have like the star that's you're reading the spectroscopy of the light signature to try to determine what the star is made of. What if it's interacting with elements on its way
How dare you.
to Earth or through the atmosphere or
Doesn't do that.
anything like what could anything interfere with that or
No, and they all say
what-
that everything's gravitational lensing, so isn't everything bending and we're seeing it in places it's not? And I mean, just none of their
or
stuff works.
compressed waves maybe
Maybe, I don't know.
or stretch them or dilate them or something.
I don't know how you would do that, but maybe.
Well, just don't. Yeah, no.
In the vacuum, I don't know. All right, well, thanks, Pitch. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for letting me get back on and yeah, finish that.
Yes,
thing
and
with
come
Joe.
debate on my show sometime. We would love to have you.
Yeah, hey, I'm actually gonna. Okay, I will. I actually.
You owe
I'm
me.
looking, I think I finished something up with school that was kind of something that
Good.
was priority to me. But I think Mike and I, MC Tune, are gonna be having our discussion, our debate, contention, colloquy, or something on your.
Okay, looking forward
pretty
to
soon
it.
here. I'm gonna.
Kinda.
I'll be reaching out to him because schedule's changing and stuff. So
Sounds good.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
All right,
Jay.
bro. Thanks. All right, we're going to go to the last one. We got Traber7 in the house. Traber. Long time no see. How are you, my friend? It's you, Traber.
I can't hear you if I'm on.
You need to unmute. Oops, wait a second. What happened over here? Hold on. Maybe it's
Sorry,
me.
can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Wait, why did my...
Anyway,
hold on, my
calling
cam turned
about,
off. Hold on, one second. Hold on. For some reason, my camera turned off.
In the private chat.
Now you can hear me.
Tree video.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know why I can't hear you. I couldn't hear anything the whole time I was backstage. So
Hold on one second. I
apologize.
see here. This is
But
you
if
there.
that's the case, just check out my tree video. Simon Dan's getting ready to debunk my video, or has done a debunk on it, and I'm going to do a live stream on the 7th.
It's on your channel?
I invited him to join me to talk about whether or not we can communicate with plants.
I wonder why.
I apologize for not being able to hear you.
Let me see. And your mic is on the right thing. If you go down, oh, you can't hear me. We're talking. Let me chat over here. Private chat. Sorry, you can't hear me. So play the first video on your channel. Is that what he said? Sorry for my spelling mistakes.
I can kind of see you.
Yeah, I'm over here in the corner. You just can't hear me for some reason. But the audio's
no,
on.
in the private chat, there's a video link that says tree video.
Okay, I see it.
I don't know if you remember. Apparently, you can hear me, so I'm going to go ahead and talk.
Yeah.
So about 9 months ago, you did or you mentioned the trees touching people's shoulder video.
Correct.
So I went out and tried it, and it worked, and I recorded it 2 more times and made a video about it. And then this Simon Dan, which, interestingly enough, if you put Simon Dan into a speech-to-text video or software, it says Seaman Dan, which I kind of
Makes a lot of sense. I call him Byman Dan, but yes.
Unintended. But anyway, he did a debunk video, and he kind of trash talked you a little bit in his debunk video, which I'm going to defend you as well when I do my live stream.
Yeah,
That's,
I'm not worried
on
about
7
Simon Dan, believe
At
me.
7 o'clock Central Time on Trevor 7 channel. Just be like a little 1 hour amateur live stream, but we're going to break it down. I have a lot of cool videos about plants having consciousness, and if you just put that phrase into YouTube, you can find videos similar to the rice experiment, where people you did the rice experiment, love and hate. You can do the same thing to a plant. You bully one plant and treat another one nice, the bullied one goes to shit. So obviously plants have consciousness, and the fact that people communicate with trees is not that far-fetched to me. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, and again, I apologize for not being able to hear you. I'm just gonna.
Okay, sorry. Wish we could talk, but I appreciate the peace. Later. All right, we're gonna watch this video, the tree video from Traber7. Here we go.
Things in threes, I always act upon it. And I got 2 emails about these tree videos, and then I was watching Jeranism on Rokfin, and he started talking about them. So I jumped up out of my chair, and this is what happened. Hey guys, this is Traber7, and you may or may not have seen some of these videos floating around the internet where people are asking trees, if you can hear me, please touch my shoulder, which they're kind of calling it talking to trees, whereas I would call this biokinesis. Nonetheless, I've been messing around with this for a little bit. I think this tree kind of likes me, and I'm hoping it'll allow us to do a demonstration for you. Now, you don't really have to talk to a tree. Just do it sort of like telekinesis or any kind of psychokinesis. Most of it happens internally, and it's a connection sort of through the ether, I guess. But nevertheless, I'm going to ask this tree to touch my hand. Okay, I'm sure we probably already lost a few viewers thinking this guy is talking to trees. He ain't got all these clowns on the bus. But I have messed around with biokinesis before. And one thing I've noticed whenever you do any form of psychokinesis, every element has its own attributes. Like, for example, foil is fragile and finicky, and fire is really fast, and so on. And when you're messing with plants, it seems like they're slow and steady.
Yeah, you
That's
can
the
see
vibe
it.
I get from plants. That's why I put that little ticker up there. You'll notice it takes around 30 seconds or so each time for this to occur. And it really did feel like I was bonding with the tree. I mean, like there was
Feels like that to me too.
some interaction happening there. Granted, this was the second time I did. I came out and did it once, and then I went and got the camera and recorded it. So technically, this is the second time I've done it, but it's actually take one. All right, there you go.
I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. I want to watch his hand to see, make sure he didn't move it towards it. But what you saw there is what I've seen a lot. We've seen it a few times, even with my son, that it seems to almost like reposition itself. It takes a little time. It has to like, almost like it's stretching out or something. Then you saw it like readjusted, and then its new spot was down by his hand. Let's watch again.
Nevertheless, sounds on the bus.
So watch where his hand is compared to like the background. So
But I have
right
messed
at the
around
bottom
with
of this little
biokinesis
light
before, and
flower
one thing
right
I've
here.
noticed whenever
Okay.
you do any
And watch
form
him
of
as he
psychokinesis,
takes it up higher than that.
every
Then we know
element
he's
has
touching
its
it this way.
own
But if it's down lower than that,
attributes.
it's getting a little
Like, for
high.
example,
Now it's back down.
foil is fragile and finicky.
He's not passing this
and
little knob.
Fire is really fast.
You know,
and
plant's up
so
here,
on.
so he would need to take his
And when
hand
you're
above
messing
this
with,
knob
plants,
for it to be
it
him
seems like
touching
they're
it.
slow and steady. That's the vibe
He's
I
actually
get
lower
from
now. He's
plants.
back to like his original
That's why I
starting
put that
point.
little ticker up there. You'll notice it takes around 30 seconds or so.
Look at
each
it, like
time.
the plant looks like it's like really doing that.
And
And look at now it's like
feel like
reach down. I mean, it's not wind. Look at the rest of the
tree. I
tree.
mean, like there was really
You can't really say, oh, it's wind causing that to move. I mean, it's
Granted,
just
this
weird.
was the second time I did. I came out and did it.
All I can
once,
say, I'm not saying anything about it other than go try it.
recorded it,
That
so
Miss and I thought it was stupid,
technically
but we
this
went
is
out
the
and stood by a
second time
tree
I've
and
done it.
saw it happen.
It's actually
So what the
take
hell?
one. All right, there you go.
And now he's back up way above that spot again.
You tell me. Okay, so here's take two. I watched the video and it doesn't look like I was doing a very good job of holding still.
Oh, smart
So I
move.
use this little board to rest my hand on so you can kind of tell that I'm not moving my hand.
Good.
All right, let's try this again. We're going to ask this kind tree to touch my hand. Okay, I seriously doubt the use of this board's going to change anyone's mind who doesn't believe.
No, and you have to believe this too. I think you have to believe in it.
I highly recommend you go out and try this. And when you do try it with confidence.
Yeah, and belief.
Try to be open and receptive and not forceful.
You almost see the tree like
not
readjusting
fake either. Just
to
more
get
of a
lower.
communication and a cooperation type attitude. And note that it'll probably take some time. You've noticed it both times. It took, I think, 37 seconds for it to occur.
It's like readjusting
So
right
don't
there. I
try
mean,
to
there's
rush
nothing
or
else
anything.
blowing.
Just enjoy it. And like I said, try it with an open mind and have confidence that these plants are intelligent. And we're all working here together to coexist. All right, man, this is Trevor 7. Thank you so much for watching. Good day. God bless. And on its way.
All that stuff. Definitely subscribe over there to Trebor7. Does good stuff. Although, you know, people like Simon and Dan are going to lose their minds because they believe that everything is material. There is no such thing. I mean, what do they not believe in love? Love doesn't exist. Must not. I mean, science can't put a number on love. They can't calculate the love that you put into something. So what are you gonna do? Let's see if there's anybody else left. Nope, we're all good. Great. Let's add a X out of here. Let me finish off what I said I was going to show you. I wanted to show you one thing over here. Oh, so this is that CIA document. Can I find the right spot though? 1 second. I was seeing more from widescreen films. Possibility of pano. Business outlines. Wait, what's this? Where's the absence of outlines? Oh yeah, okay, this is it right here. So for everybody who says the moon landing couldn't have been faked because they didn't have CGI, this is a document. I'll put it in t.me/Jeranism links. Where show links go, I'll put it there. Oops. What happened there? Hold on. What happened to my paper? Where'd it go? This one. All right, and I don't know if you can see that. At least good enough. Okay, so I can't see the paper, but this is a CIA FOIA request that somebody got from March 16, 1964 is the publication date. It was cleared on 2016 for release. It is the CIA. Oh, is this open as a PDF? I'd rather see a PDF. Oh, nice. It's even better. Right. So this is a report here basically saying about the visit. Yeah, you can see it. In the USSR of a group of American cine specialists. So these were people involved in the movie business who went over there in 1964 and got to see a bunch of new stuff. So how about this part? So here, among the equipment which drew attention, the new camera mirror with mirror shutters, which is considerably lighter than the exposures, the series of camera lenses, light filters, combination photography. Okay, look at this. Combination photography by the traveling matte method. Okay, so we're going to just look that up. That is a combination photography. Okay, combination photography. Combination photography. Traveling matte. Let's see what that is, okay? So what is that? What is the traveling matte technique? In a film, a special effect where a subject is filmed against a blue or green screen background. So, you guys are just running out of fucking more excuses. What's Brenda going to say on that? No, what they meant was that it's a different kind of cinescope. It's a different. You're lying, Jaren. You're a grifter. No, it's just when we report truth, you have to make up garbage. The traveling matte system is the green screen system. This is a CIA document from 1964 that says right here that they had it. So, where were we here? Do you remember photography by traveling matte method, infrared screen, and camera TKS, which is a timekeeping system. So they've got timekeeping system, which allows them to input things. Well, here we go. Which guarantees the complete absence of outlines. Equipment for de-anamorphizing widescreen films with the possibility of panoraming. Printers for printing, 70 millimeter, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, so this just tells us that in 1964, they had green screen technology, and they're basically talking about perfecting it. That they know how to use it, they know what they're doing. So again, when we look at 1969, and people say, well, it couldn't have been faked because you would have had to have green screen technology. Well, now we have the document saying that we do. We did. So there you go. That's another one of your fails. Globe, fail, globe. Okay, let's go to links, did I say? Yes. And t.me/Jeranism links. There. Okay, put it in there for you. That is your document if you want to prove to people that we indeed did have. And I see some images here, examples of Trank traveling. Here's some seeing if we see anything that looks familiar. What is this? Oh, so that's how they filmed King Kong. Oh, that makes me want to watch that. I wonder if we would see some signs of it. Any pictures in here look good? So it's a great thing to investigate if people. These are the kind of things that we're just getting to. Building one of the many miniature trees. I would love to see a picture. Oh, see. So this is here's a blue screen. I mean, it's telling you right here. What? Here's the Dunning-Pomeroy self-matting process. First, the Dunning, aka Dunning-Pomeroy process, but be aware, Roy Pomeroy was said to have claimed credit when it wasn't his to claim, is a little easier to comprehend. It takes advantage of the panochromatic, sees all the colors even though it's black and white film, and chemical toning of film. Footage that will be the background of the shot is printed on Bell and Howell perforated film, camera stock perforations, as opposed to Kodak standard pearls. Anyway, this is a no-brainer here to me. They're describing it here. I wonder what year they say this happened in. Do they even claim it's before? Let me see here. I want to see what year they're talking about. When was King Kong? 60s? Let's see here. As a young as a youngster, I, among with millions of like-minded adolescents in the four corners of the globe, were infatuated with the mightiest of creatures, King Kong, Nature of Kong. Oh, so here we got, I craved everything I could get my hands on in regards to King Kong and prayed for the day I might be able to actually see the film by some means. The nearest I ever got at the time to Kong, or at least a feeble facsimile, was the Japanese flick man in a suit Stomp Fest King Kong Escapes 1967, which, although fun, even as a little kid like me, saw straight through the patently absurd toy miniatures being stomped on. Television here in New Zealand in those days was a bleak at best, with just one channel. And remember, they already had green screen when they had one channel. And it begins with the glorious monochrome until 1973. I can still see. So then in 1973, they start coming out with green screen, and then now we've got everybody telling us they can't be used for the moon landings. It's like, no, we told you they had technology before they released it to us. And they use it and they hide it. And so they were doing green screening 30 years, 40 years before we were, at least. Granted, these guys were doing it shortly after. Okay. And then to show you one way that we know that they're using front screen projection or green screen like, oh, look at that globe propagandas. Just show you that real quick and then we'll be good. I wanted to show the, yeah, that one. Okay. And do I have it over here? Yeah, just one more time just to show the, go this one, yeah. I want to show you the stuff I showed last night because I still stand behind it. I don't really care who doesn't get it or people who say, oh, the mountains are too far. You wouldn't expect them to reduce in size or change in size. That's just horseshit. How far away were they? Go ahead and give me some facts and I'll do the mathematics on it and tell you. You go outside and walk towards something and that item is going to, number one, get closer. And if you say, well, Jerry, that's a faraway mountain. So look at this image of the of them on the moon. How is this a faraway image? Let me get this one up here. Put this up.
We're getting in an area now.
In an area now.
007 at 2.6.
007 now. Okay, let's go
where
here.
It's more pebbly than cobbly, being 4 centimeters or so. My whatchamacallit just fell off.
Look at their mowing over.
No, see it. Look and see if it's between my legs. Can you see over there? I can't see. I think it fell between my legs. What thing? My bags.
Look at this hill they're about to go over.
See it, John. We got plenty of those.
Whoa, look at it. Right into a crater, right across rocks. Their voices don't change.
I don't know whether to go back or not.
Off rocks, jumping.
Okay, and can we have a range and bearing, please?
Right over the crater. That's smart driving.
Okay, we're 007 at 2.6. And we can...
Okay.
Listen to him talk while they're jumping. He's jumping.
It's the top of Orion.
Very good.
Jump. Jump.
And that nav system, Tony, has got us pointed right at it.
Outstanding.
Oh, outstanding. Okay, so let me bring this a little bit over here. We get back to where they show this other mountain.
These little, there's a really a glass cover, 100 meter subdued crater.
So again, if you take a look at this mountain over here, and you just keep moving this back button, and you keep watching the mountain does not change, does not get smaller, does not get bigger. Even though they're getting closer to it, the mountain is the same because it's a backdrop. Okay, and I'm going to show you one other version of that will for sure tell you it's a backdrop. And I actually went out and tested this today, just for myself. Wanted to make sure I wasn't making a claim about parallax. It isn't true. Let me see. We want. Oh, that's because I was like, wait, I thought I was talking about that. No, so I still have to finish my giving you the info for the moon landing thing. Hold on one second. Let me find this. I mean, for the analyzing the astronauts. But I'm looking for this real quick. This is Apollo 16, traverse to 13. Is this
okay.
it?
Like kind of station 13. Yep. Hey, the DAC's running.
Good show. Yeah, beat me to it.
There your tracks. Look at that, John. How
Okay,
far?
move over here
See
so
him
I can
back
see.
over there? Looks to me like we just go around the circle here.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna get in trouble for saying that. So what I'm saying is you can see the line clearly here. Okay, so my prediction is everything in front of that line will act as normal items do. Meaning that right now as we're driving, you're going to see this rock here move this way, right? It's just like with anything you're looking at. As you pass by it, these things have to rearrange themselves. Let's watch. See how it moves there? And you can actually see there's parallax on these front rocks. You see an example of one.
Station 13, right down the same way we came.
Right. So watch these 3 lines here. See these 3 dots? We're just going to rewind just a little bit. And you'll see that they're spread out. And the, shoot, we went too far. Let's go back to find those 3. Where are they?
Oh my goodness.
Is that them? I don't remember if this is them. Anyway, but you'll see they kind of unfold. I don't know if that was them or not.
Can't see all around from here.
So you can watch these 3, and you'll notice how they unfold. Go back just a little bit. Okay, so watch how the distance here, and then watch as we go by it. See how they quickly, the things closer to us move quickly. The things further move slower. See how this moves? There's a good example of it. Let's go back just a hair. And a bit hair more. Okay, so watch these rocks. I mean, again, this rock looks like it's in front of this one. But as we pass it, that rock just moves quickly in front of it. See? Moves in front. Okay, so that tells us this is close by, this is farther away, and you can figure that out. But what if it is that these background mountains never parallax?
Sure, we did. I'm not sure
at all.
We came up that hill.
It's because if you look here, this is a screen. This is a large warehouse. My guess is a football field size, maybe even larger, and in a hangar somewhere. And hung from the walls are the backdrop. And this is why it's impossible for you to get closer.
We did. There's the tracks.
It's a drawing. Look at the parallax here, but watch back here. Watch these faraway mountains.
Sure, come up it, didn't we? Look at that slope.
You can tell it's a screen. It's not moving.
Sure, you got the brakes on.
Look at no parallax out here.
At least 15-degree slope.
Everything is staying the same. Why doesn't this rock move in front of this one? That rock should move behind that one. No, all that moves is the real ground. Not back here. Where are these rocks? This rock should move in front of that one. Move in front. Be real. Nope, it's a sheet. This is a sheet. You can tell it's obvious it could be. This guy just turned around a corner. Look at this. He comes around. He's going to turn around a corner. You would see the background has to adjust. That's how life works. It doesn't adjust at all. Look at the background. He's going to come around this corner. How are you not getting any adjustment back there? It's a sheet with a picture on it. That's why.
Hey, Tony, that was at...
And here they go getting rained on again.
I think it's 179 at 4.4.
Look at they're just mowing over rocks. Look at rocks flying and hitting them in the head. Look at this. It's raining rocks. They're not even mentioning it. Wouldn't that hurt your satellite dish? A bunch of rocks just landed in the satellite dish? No, no mention of it. We're just telling the truth out here. We're just some truth tellers on the moon. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Let me just tell you guys, I'm 100% positive we did not go to the moon. It's that easy. Anybody who claims differently is a pussy. I mean, they are afraid to trust themselves. They know everything about it says fraud. But with it comes too much. People are going to start thinking you're weird. People are going to think you're dumb. People are going to think you're uneducated. And some people can't have that.
John, I got us out 2 hours and...
Especially when you're stupid. Because if you're stupid, your only way out is to claim science. Hence Brenda. It's the only way out. And even that you can't get right. You can claim, oh, Mary Schweitzer, she never said it was soft tissue. No, that's all she's ever said. So you bring your evidence next time before you come on the show. If you come on the show without the evidence of what you claimed, then I'm just going to kick you off. I don't have time for you to come on the show and call me a liar when I keep getting things right and you can't get a fucking thing right.
40 minutes. 40 minutes, it looks like.
Look how fast we're going downhill. Whoa! They're just talking. Brenda, how are you so fucking dumb? How do you believe this? Look at them going downhill here. Here we go. They're just talking. Oh, I guess it's a new moon. I just did a speed record. Look at them jumping. It's so fucking obvious. And do you realize what you're doing to humanity by getting us all trapped with this bullshit? You could just join fellow citizens and say, NASA, this looks funny. Can you explain why there's no parallax here? Can you explain why that backdrop doesn't change one bit? Can you explain why there's rocks falling into this fucking umbrella and nothing's happening? How are we able to talk from an umbrella 250,000 miles? They're driving around. Why don't we have satellite dishes on our cars? We should all have satellite. We should all have internet. Just drive around your car with an umbrella. Pick up all the signals from space. Easy. Worked for them. What this thing here, you can't afford to put that on my car? Seems like you should be able to. Things you should be able to. It doesn't look very expensive. It's made of fucking PVC pipe. PVC pipe.
40 minutes.
40 minutes, it looks like.
Here they go, downhill. Woo! Wee! Listen to those guys. They're just talking. They're in a studio.
And all of your data looks good.
Cross sign. Okay.
You can see the
Going
background.
back across sign, the tracks, we just barely penetrated the regolith.
He barely penetrated, that's for sure.
Maybe an eighth of an inch or so.
That's about right. Eighth of an inch. That's what I was thinking.
Whatever it is, it's going to be real firm here. Hopefully we can get the N13, a double core one.
Negative. We'll have a double core back at the Station 10
I
Prime.
remember I was watching it and I was trying to catch up so we didn't have to hear it skip all the time.
Station.
Oh, good. That's. I think we might do it there. Here,
I'm going
I
to
don't
extract. Sorry, I'm going to stop
Okay.
watching this. I'm going to extract that video of. I'll show you right here in a second. And I think it's important to get it up. I just can't get a good feed of it. Where would they be? We see it's not there. Oh wait, let's check. Do we have any more of those? I don't know. I gotta go to the other spot. We'll check that in a second. We've got this one here. Okay, so did I? Should work now. Didn't it load the whole thing already? Good, we're working so far. I want you to hear this part. Listen carefully here. This guy nails it. And you can tell he's a linguistics expert. You can hear the things that he's saying. He's definitely educated in this, and he reads Neil Armstrong perfectly here. I mean, it's like. And you can tell he's being honest. He doesn't have he's not somebody who believed in the moon landing conspiracy. He's doing his job, which is to analyze linguistics. And you can tell.
$275 for the.
Let me go here.
Noted. Even with influence from the expected, given according to that he began.
Okay, so we're going to get to learn something here. So pay attention. This is great.
Of November 1970.
And this is a linguistics expert giving us his opinion of the.
And I've asked Peter to analyze it, which he's done. Cost me $275 for the analysis. So that's what you've paid for essentially by coming here.
Okay, let's watch this.
So, so this interview aired on the Sky at Night on the 18th of November 1970, which is less than a year and a half after the moon landings. So everything should be pretty clear in Neil Armstrong's mind. So what you're going to see here is a very short clip of the interview, followed by Peter Hyatt's analysis, then another clip, and then more analysis. So although it's only a 7-minute long interview, probably take me 20-25 minutes to get through the analysis. So here goes.
Mr. Armstrong,
Listen how good this
I do
is.
realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
We note and as pauses in the answer and seek to determine if this is a habit of speech or if it is a signal that the subject needs more time to consider his answer. That he began with "the sky is deep black" indicates a willingness to answer the question directly. This is a somewhat lengthy answer which begins with 2 pauses for thought. The subject is presupposed to have been on the moon, something of great rarity at the time of this interview. The subject is intelligent and well trained. The expectation is that he will, according to the wording of the question, report what he himself saw. In any singular or exclusive event, there is an expectation of heightened importance, and when we speak from experiential memory, the structure of the sentence is reliable. Expected. Given the unique experience of being on the moon, we first note that the subject does not begin his answer with the pronoun I. In analysis, this reduces reliability. Given the context of unique experience, the pronoun I would have shown the psychological strength of experiential memory. Its absence is noted. Even with influence from the interviewer, the expectation is the experiential use of I saw in some part of the answer. Next, we note the use of past.
And he's right. I mean, if you listen to this, the reporter, Patrick Moore, keeps giving him these giving him setups to get him to say "I see," "I saw," "when I was there," because he's saying, "Well, when you saw that, when you did the," and he never says "I." He skips over it. He says "I" one time, and because Patrick Moore challenges him and says, "Yeah, but you see," and he's like, "Yeah, I saw it," just real quickly like that. But listen to the rest of it. You can tell these are like set up answers to where the sky is a deep black, and one would see this on the moon. One would see that. What about you, motherfucker? You're the only one who's been there. He's asking you. You're not smart enough to give us a answer?
Passive voice with when viewed from the moon. Passive voice removes the subject himself personally from the statement. The use of passivity is found in concealing identity and or responsibility in statements.
Let me be clear about something too. This guy, this linguistics expert, he did not come to the conclusion that Neil Armstrong was for sure lying about going to the moon. He came to two conclusions. Number one, either Neil Armstrong is lying about going to the moon, or two, he's given some sort of military direction that he's not allowed to talk about really going to the moon. Therefore, he's lying about going to the moon. You understand? What he's doing here is lying. Either they've made him lie because he's gone to the moon, he's not allowed to talk about it, or he never went to the moon. That's up for you to decide, but at least this linguistic expert is saying, I can't tell you that. He's just lying about the things that he's saying he saw.
The gun went off is passive voice. If the subject was in a crowd and did not know who fired the gun, this would be appropriate. Here, the subject is describing a universal viewing and avoiding the singular experience that is expected. Next, when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the Moon. This is similar to the universal pronoun you that is used to describe a common experience. This leads to a question. Is viewing the space between the Earth and the Moon a common experience that listeners would readily relate to?
The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although there have been some reports of seeing planets.
This is his second sentence after reporting in both passive and universal language. He tells us in general terms what you, universal unnamed, can know, similar to what would be reported in a textbook. Please note the inclusion of some reports. He has thus far avoided giving us personal experience that is highly expected in such an event. This is an indication of avoidance of the...
Right. Imagine you're the only people that have ever been to the moon. So when somebody's asking you about what you saw, what you did, what would it look like, you are almost required to use the words I. Now, you would see this and you would see that. No, but you were there. You tell me what you saw. Well, the sky is a deep black and...
Response. There is no linguistic connection here between the subject and experiential language at this point. The rule of the negative. Truthful people tell us what they saw, heard, and experienced. When one tells us what they did not see, a la part 1, or hear or experience, the analyst recognizes that this sentence increases in importance.
I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
Here we not only have the rule of the negative, but we have the unnecessary addition of the word myself. Since he experienced something highly unique, not only does he report what he did not see, but he feels it necessary to input himself into the sentence where no such imputation should be needed. Who else would be answering this question, or not seeing what he did not see? He offers a weak assertion, I suspect they might be visible, appropriately matching might with suspect. Being that he has thus far not told us what he has seen, it is interesting to note the inclusion of the word suspect. What other word might he have chosen? I think they might be visible would be an appropriately weak assertion where one lacks certainty. The word think is the most commonly chosen. Therefore, we note the use of suspect or suspicion within his vocabulary in context of his answer. We continue to wait to hear him tell us what he saw.
Still waiting.
The Earth is quite beautiful from space and from the moon. It looks quite small and quite remote, but it's very blue and covered with white lace of the clouds, and the continents are clearly seen, although they have very little color from that distance.
Okay, this is just an aside from myself. He said that from the moon, the Earth looks very small and remote. Now, the Earth is 4 times the diameter of the moon, and we're all used to seeing the moon in the sky and how big it is. So if you were to see something that big in the sky, would you call it small and remote? Here we have more sensory description, but we have not heard him tell us what he himself saw. The description is strong, but is not yet connected to the subject. This could come from him, or it could come from a book, or another's opinion. With such a stupendous history-making event, we expect to hear up-close personal language. Thus far we have not.
What about the sun? Do you see any trace of the corona?
No, the glare from the sun on the helmet visor was too difficult to pick out the corona.
Here he says no, which answers the question, but then continues to avoid personal linguistic connection, such as, no, the glare of the sun on my helmet visor was too difficult for me to pick out the corona. This would have been a statement of personal connection, which he has not yet made. Remember, he was asked, did you? With the focus upon himself. He should answer for himself.
The only time we could see the corona was during eclipse of the sun from the moon. That is, when we were flying through the moon's shadow and could observe the solar corona peeking out from behind the moon.
Even if he said the only time I could see was when we were flying, which would fulfill the personal, impactful event on self while sharing we when flying. Stronger is what I saw rather than we. The pronoun we could be produced if he and at least one other discussed this specific topic. Still, given the nature of a most unique and overwhelming event, the expectation remains. He should be using I and past tense verbs in correlation with sensory description. Please consider that given the spectacular and unique privilege of what he experienced, the pronoun me may be used in a desire not to claim any glory or credit for himself. This may be an indication of team over individual. Even with this accepted, we continue to expect him to at some point tell us what he experienced. Thus far,
Yeah,
he
you think
has
so.
not. When the pronoun we is used consistently, we look for the first emergence of the pronoun I and conclude that the sentence containing it is very important.
Looking at the photographs that you brought back, the colored photographs of the moon's surface, it seems that the color of the surface actually varies according to the angle from which you see it. Is this so? Does it do this?
Yes, it certainly does.
The wording is appropriate given the structure of the question. Does it do this? Answered by it does. We do note the inclusion of certainly as an unnecessary emphasis.
It's a characteristic that we observe first while traveling around the moon in orbit. You could see that at the terminator.
Rather than saying we saw and the stronger I saw, he only tells us what they could see at this point. What causes this weak assertion? Why does this historical and spectacularly unique event not yet produce a personal response from the subject?
At the boundary between the black part of the moon and the lighted part of the moon. It was as if you were looking at a television set with the contrast turned to full contrast.
Here he uses the universal you, second person, that is more likely used in commonly experienced issues, such as a television set contrast. Still, however, the lack of personal connection linguistically raises the question of personal impact upon the subject. What follows next is distancing language.
Very black and very white. As you moved further into the light, there were more and more shades of gray. But as you moved further, such the sun was higher above the horizon, you actually start to see the tans and browns appear, although at a very low level.
This is distancing language. You, but the event described is specific to him and exclusively astronauts. There is nothing universal about the movement described. Whereas the listener can be referred to with the use of a television, the same cannot be said of space travel. Description is in the language, but there is no justification for the distancing use of the pronoun you in a very highly specialized and dramatic personal experience.
Similarly, on the surface of the moon, the same characteristic is evident.
Here, there is no pronoun I and no past tense
Thanks,
verb.
Frank. I see that.
The pronoun I used with the past tense verb is a signal of linguistic commitment. Here, no use of I is also in a sentence where the present tense description is given.
You can see browns if the sun is high enough. Apollo 12, for example, landed while the sun was only 5 degrees above the horizon. So when they arrived, they saw no browns or tans anywhere, only fairly high contrast grays.
He refers back to history and reports what is commonly and already known. The interviewer has asked him specifically for himself of his experiences. This general answer may have caused this next interruption.
But you did.
But, yes, I did. The sun was at 11 degrees. And Apollo 12 did also the next day when
That's the only time you said that I.
Their sleeping period, and the sun was higher. of course, then the browns were observable to them.
We finally have the subject speaking for himself. Unfortunately, it is due to an interruption. When he said, "Yes, I did," we hold to an expectation that he would now include himself, I, and tell us the sensory descriptions that he holds within personal experiential memory. He does not. He went back to history from his previous answer. Therefore, we do not have the linguistic connection that remains expected.
When you were actually walking about on the moon's surface and kicking about a certain amount of dust, did you notice any local color? And also, were you at all subconsciously worried about the possibility of unsafe areas?
Yeah, I have no problem speaking ill of the dead when the dead is responsible for a massive hoax that has been played on the entire world. We are retarded. We have been held back. We are less as a society than we should be. Somebody has taken humanity, who is the growth rate is amazing. Think of what we've done in 100 years. They've actually put things in place to stifle our growth. Do you understand that? So the people that are responsible for that are the known liars who are telling the world that, no, this is correct, this is true, and it's not true. Now, you guys don't care. Globers don't care. We've already heard that. From Toon, from Brenda, doesn't matter to them. They'll accept lies as long as their space religion gets to go on. That's disgusting. So now we've got moral degenerates who refuse to call out liars as long as the liars are on their team. And then you wonder why science is where it's at. And you wonder why it's hard to get anything introduced into science. Well, these people are willing to lie to keep their space fantasy.
The interviewer presumes he was walking on the moon. We have yet to hear Mr. Armstrong make this claim, or more expectedly, since there is no accusation to the contrary, spoken or unspoken, the linguistic connection.
Well, the color is a puzzling phenomenon on the moon, aside from the characteristics that I've already mentioned. You generally have the impression of being on a desert-like surface with rather light-colored hues. Yet when you look at the material at close range, as if in your hand, you find it's a charcoal gray, in fact, and we were never able to find any things that were very different from that color. I suspect that as we get more and more samples with future flights, we will see that there is, in fact, some color, but the optical properties on the moon are most peculiar.
The theme of distance continues in the description of color. First, he uses the self-reference that I've already mentioned, rather than engage in experiential memory. We note the first reference was also not first-person statement. Next, we note that he avoids telling us what he himself saw by using second-person universal you. You generally have the impression. It is impossible for anyone not there to have this impression, including the interviewer, who did not experience it.
We didn't go there.
I prefer he state without qualification what he saw. He's not. When the pronoun I re-emerges, it is a weak assertion. I suspect that as we get, which is another disconnect from the formula of reliability. First person singular past tense with sensory description.
When you were actually walking about, did you have any difficulty in distance judging? Because I think I heard you say once that far things looked quite near.
Far things look quite near. The topic is sight. The one being interviewed is singular. We look for him to answer with I saw in some form. Sensory is very individual. When it is discussed, one may then say the thoughts or perceptions of another. But here he is interviewed alone and is being asked for first-person eyewitness account. He does not give a first-person singular account.
Yes, we had some difficulties in perception of distance. For example, our television camera, we judged to be from the cockpit of the lunar module only about 50 to 60 feet away, yet we knew that we had pulled it out to the full extension of a 100-foot cable. Similarly, we had difficulty guessing how far the hills out on the horizon might be. The peculiar phenomena is the closeness of the horizon due to the greater curvature of the moon than we have here on Earth, of course 4 times greater, and the fact that it is an irregular surface with crater rims overlying other crater rims. You can't see the real horizon. You're seeing hills that are somewhat closer to you. There was a large crater which we overflew during our final approach, which had hills of the order of 100 feet in height, and we were only 1,200 feet west of that hill, and we couldn't see a 100-foot high hill from 1,100.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. I put it in t.me/Jeranism links. You need to watch the whole thing. He also analyzes Buzz Aldrin when he was in the office with Bart Sibrel. Completely the same thing. We were passengers, you know. We talked to NASA. Everything is being worded as if he wasn't there. And again, once you hear that, and then go listen to somebody give a report, just look up online somebody giving an interview and watch what happens when somebody is talking about something they did. They don't say you would see this and you would see that and we would do this and we did that and you would see. They use the word I. Okay. I'm going to show you one final thing and then we'll be out of here. This is from Bart Sibrel's movie. Well, this isn't from Bart Sibrel's movie, but I'm saying this is the same scene that I still don't think people see the relevance of. And I'm going to try and, come on, make this a little bit larger so I can, this is just a video editor, but I'm going to show you what's going on inside this craft. And then if you still believe in the moon landings, you are Brenda. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Just your religion is too prevalent to you, too important to you to care about the truth. You try and tell people you care about the truth. You don't care about the truth at all. You want your little feelings to be appropriated. You want me to come on here and say, yes, you're right, we are spinning. Even though they tell us we're not, or even though they tell us that we wouldn't feel it, we are spinning, and we wouldn't feel it. And yeah, we're going 1.2 million miles per hour, but that's just personal incredulity. Of course we're going that. That's what scientists say. Yeah, but where's the evidence of that? Well, if you don't believe it, then it's personal incredulity. You just don't understand things. Okay, this sounds really legit. So I want you to see here. It's probably going to make this a little bit larger so you can see. You don't need to see all the little edits here. Okay, so I put it like a couple different, filters on trying. But let me rewind this just a little bit. We're going to kind of play through here slow. Okay, so this is them looking at the Earth. Now, it's my contention, many people's contention. They are pretending to be next to the window, looking out the window, zooming in and out. But really, we find out that they're not next to the window. They are across. Now, picture you are in a blacked out airplane. Okay? Picture the front of the airplane is where this yellow light is, going that way. You're sitting in the third row. There's 2 seats next to you, right? The middle seat and the aisle seat. And you're looking across your row. So now there's the aisleway in between you, and then there's 3 more people on the other side, and that's the far window. So they're looking from one side of the fuselage through the other side, through a window, okay? Now, you would never see the Earth. They're supposedly 130,000 miles away from the Earth. So either how could you be zoomed in from the window if we get a reflection here or a real item? Regardless, they're not where they said they were. So let's keep going. I'm just going to kind of roll this through a little bit slow. You can see the connection between those two. They seem to both be in the same craft. Okay. Now what they're saying is, oh, we see a floodlight here. Okay, so I want you to watch again here. What happens? See the Earth there. This is the Earth next to a floodlight. Okay, they're about to turn on the lights in the craft. And again, we find out that number one, see as the lights come on, we notice that was the window, and that blue thing right there is what they were just looking at and calling the Earth. Again, watch. There's 2 lights. There's the bright one. There's the Earth light. And then all of a sudden, they turn the lights on, and we notice that whatever the light is right here. That's the Earth light, and it's going to appear from his shoulder there, and boom. Now, look at this thing. How is that where the Earth just was? Look at what we're looking at. It's a fucking TV screen. You dirtbags. You fucking complete and total tools have let these guys get away with this for 50 fucking years because you're too stupid. That's why. You're fucking retarded. Look at what that is. Go back and play with the video yourself. That's the window that just had this in it. How in the fuck would you see the Earth like that? Okay, oh, we see the Earth. It's far away. We're zoomed in. Now we zoom out. Now we're on the other side of the craft. This guy turns the lights on, and all of a sudden, what we just saw the Earth as a tiny ball in space becomes a gigantic blue monitor. There. So they had a transparency over it that made it look like the Earth. Look at, he's all confused. They don't know what to do. They're trying to hide it. Look at that. This is all fabricated. These guys were in a parabolic flight flying right above the Earth. And so that's why this light is so bright. Maybe it's a window out to the Earth below them, which would be a bright blue and white. And they put the transparency over that. I can't tell if it's a computer monitor or not. See here, we're going to go a little bit slower here. Look, like, what is that? Because it just had the Earth out there. So if you're not smart enough to figure this out, like people like Rufy, people like Brenda, this is why I know you're dumb. You're either dumb or liars. You can't be anything else. If you were actually looking for the truth, you would see this and recognize what's going on. But you're so entrenched in your fucking space religion that you can't. Geometry! Can you do geometry? If you can't do geometry, you don't know the shape of the Earth. What about these guys fucking faking it? No problem with that? Just do geometry and that's how you know the shape of the Earth? Yeah, we don't need to know these guys. I can figure out the shape myself. Sure you can. And these guys, they had every chance to go prove it then. These guys couldn't prove it. Nat Geo couldn't prove it. Behind the Curve couldn't prove it. Stephen Hawking couldn't prove it. They all had to fucking lie and cheat and deceive. And you guys back them up. You guys are backing up known liars lying to humanity, causing slavery, subjection, retardation. We're all being held back, and you guys are fucking responsible for it. I can't even imagine. I would feel like such a shame. Especially when we're out here trying. Look how hard it is to do what we do. To actually say these people are lying, and you guys won't even look into it. And I mean, how much more evidence can I come out with? This is exactly what's going on. These guys are above Earth. Look at the light coming through the window. That's the Earth. That's the sunlight. It's not shining like that through space. They're looking at the Earth light below it. See if we can find more of that little TV screen. And this has a little bit of extra, contrast or whatever, so I could see a little bit better there at that part. And see, so now when you see black out the windows, then it's nighttime. So imagine that the Earth was out here, this window. How would it ever look like it just did over here? Let's go all the way back here so you can see what they start out at. They're showing this Earth. First of all, does that look like the Earth to you? Is there any part of the Earth that looks like that? Is such a fucking fraud. And you people will back it up. You're embarrassing. I don't even want to talk to you. You are actually disappointing me in the fact that you're causing the problems. We've already told you, we've already come out and said, guys, they're lying. And we've shown that they are lying. As a human race, wake the fuck up and help us out. Let's get somebody new into NASA. Put me in charge. I'll actually really send a rocket up and see where the fuck we're at. These guys are lying through their teeth. The Book and the Snake secret society member, Bill Nelson, is lying to you. They're stealing $80 million a day to provide you with nothing. They've provided Earth with nothing. An orbiting tin can for 22 years has provided Earth with nothing but subjecting children to indoctrination from liars on a tin can that aren't even there. But Jaron, we can see it. Okay, great. I agree with you. There's something that flies in front of the moon. There's not people in it. There's not people in it. They're lying to you. Look at this. This is not the Earth, dipshits. There's nothing Earth-like there. They're not looking out the window at the Earth 130,000 miles away. That's me just trying a different filter. Let's get it back into here. Now I might get rid of this filter and see what that is. What's going on in that time period? Okay, so this is a new piece of cut here. They're doing this. Now, view of Earth and crew. 1928, 1231. I don't know what that is. To 9/1/195254. Year 1969. Okay. So remember, this is supposedly the Earth out sitting in space. And they zoom in on it. Like, look, we're zooming in on it. It looks nothing like the Earth. There's not a continent. It's kind of see-through. What about there? Jackasses, what in space popped out into the middle of the cislunar space and covered your goddamn Earth? Nothing. There's a person that covered it because they're on the other side of the craft, which is never where you would film the Earth from. It's a purposeful deception, and you stupid asses are backing it. What the fuck's wrong with you? How do you sleep at night? Pathetic fucks. Look at this. That's fake. It's not the Earth in any way. It doesn't even have continents on it, and you fuckers believe it. Neil, I'm a hero. You would never lie to us. Look at this. I mean, you really think that's what we're seeing from the window, but we saw something get in front of it? And look at now, they zoomed out and we're in the back of the craft. Would you ever see this if you zoomed out and were at the window? Never. How would you pick up this? They're on the other side of the craft. Let's keep going. As they're on the other side of the craft, we see, I mean, this, you could just see this thing dancing around. That's not the fucking Earth. How would that even work? If you're on the other side of the craft, again, let me go back to this one view. I think it's easier to, okay, remember I mentioned you're on the window seat on one side. You're looking out the window seat of the other side of the plane. Now imagine that there's an Earth 130,000 miles away from you. Any movement by you inside the craft is going to make that thing disappear. It's not going to just sit outside your window over there as you move around. And that's what they have it doing. Watch. So now they're darting and diving and moving the camera around, but the Earth just stays perfectly out that window, 130,000 miles away. And then the lights come on, and watch that window. There's your window of the Earth. The window of the Earth. Post is behind his body. The lights come on, and there is your picture. They're right there. You get that bright there. That's your Earth. From 130, you turned the lights on in the craft, and the Earth multiplied its light many times over and is now pouring through the window 130,000 miles away. You retards are costing us time, and you're subjecting the entire fucking world to slavery and deception because of your fucking little feelings. You're retarded. It's painful that we have to do this. I've had to do this for 9 years. Wake the fuck up, look at the screen. Or you make a video explaining how that's the fucking Earth, you stupid asses. That's not the Earth, that's a window to what? Just put a black transparency over it, turn off all the lights in the craft, and guess what? You've got yourself a little fake Earth. Look at that thing. How could that be the window that the Earth was in? The Earth now flows magical blue light 130,000 miles in space. It's embarrassing. People who think they're smart. McToon. Fight the Fat Shirt. Simon Dan. Soundly. Wolfie 6020. You guys are stupider than a bag of shit. You need flat earthers to be skeptical because you don't know how to be skeptical. You've accepted every fucking thing they've handed you, hook, line, and sinker. We are the ones who found Steve Hawking faking that. We are the ones who showed Nat Geo using fake photography. We are the ones who found that they were faking the 24-hour sun by repeating the image. You didn't find shit. You've never found one goddamn thing because you are not skeptical. You accept it all. You're fucking parishioners, believers. And you pretend like you're scientific and that you're smart. Now, you may have a whole bunch of people convinced. You may have your entire audience who thinks it's fun to make fun of us. But it's because you're fucking liars. That's why. If you were honest, you would say, you know what? I don't think this is the Earth. I think that they faked being 130. But you can't even do that because you're so fucking engulfed in your lie that we have to sit here and watch you. It's embarrassing for you. It's embarrassing. While you call Witsit dumb and say interesting and thanks, Bob, you're fucking retarded. You're responsible for all this. All of it. Get a fucking life. These guys are lying through their teeth. I just showed you that can be nothing else. How would that be the Earth out the blue window? They turned the lights on in the craft, not off. If they turned them off and it became brighter, you might say, okay, well, the lights came off. The lights went off, so it got brighter. They turned the lights on. Oh, the star map, we got the stars here and star map. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. If you can't see it, I mean, and it's, look at, they already have, what is this here? Okay, so you guys don't know. This is a transparency of a black background with stars marked, and they're see-through, and they put it up against the window, and the light coming through it lights up the star map. I wonder if they had the idea of, if we put a transparency that's black like that with a little bit of a Terminator line, and we use the same blue light, the light that's behind this is the same light they just showed you was the Earth. And you're too fucking stupid. What an embarrassment to humanity. People who say they're smart are allowing fuckers to lie to your face. They have to be in on it. It must be it. They must be getting paid. Simon Dan, Wolfie's getting paid. Because otherwise, you would side with humanity. You would never side with liars. Unless you're so engulfed in your religion that you have no choice but to back it. It's not going to make it true. You're going to have to answer for why you led people astray. You're going to have to be subjected to explaining to yourself, to God, to the Creator, why you sat there and lied through your fucking teeth and led humanity astray. So-called truth seekers, so-called scientific skeptics, you are skeptical of nothing. Not a goddamn thing. If you were skeptical, you would watch this and go, that's weird. You would watch that analysis of the linguistics of Neil Armstrong and say, that's weird. You would watch them not sign the fucking Bible when offered $5,000 for charity and say, that's weird. You would look at Neil Armstrong, first ever on the moon, became a recluse and refused to do any interviews. That's weird. It's all fucking very, very weird for you guys to just be like, nah, it's completely normal. We went to the moon. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It's pathetic, and it just, I mean, if you only knew how little I think of you. Because as humanity, I came out with this 9 years ago. Where the fuck were you? We should have all turned and said, NASA, these guys over here, I think that they're wrong, but they say you're faking it for this reason, this reason, this reason. Can you please prove that that's not true? But you guys are so in love with them, you suck their dicks so hard, they could tell you anything. They could be like, oh, it's the reason that it looks like that is because of atmospheric space curvature in the space-time curriculum and the continuum and because of Einstein's relativity. And you'd be like, yeah, see, Jaron? It's a relativity and because of the space-time continuum and the space age, you know? Fucking idiot. Oh, yeah, just whatever they say. Whatever. Can't possibly be. This is not the Earth, you fucking retards. How could it be the Earth? They're looking out a black space, and they see the Earth is darting around for some reason. I don't know why. Is the craft going crazy? Are you having turbulence up there? That's not the Earth. Where's the continents? And then all of a sudden, we see them zoom out. We now realize, oh, you're on the other side of the craft. You're not at the window. And all of a sudden, the lights come on. You've got Mike Collins in front of the window. And there's your window that was the Earth just a second ago. In fact, if you look like that, it almost looks like it's a half sphere window. Let me see if I can change any of these views here. What do I got on my editor? Where's my editor? Where is the... Hold on one second. Go here. So I was like playing with this. This is exposure. That's not really... It's better up. This is contrast. It's not really helping me see anything better. This gives me a little clarity and saturation. What's advanced settings? Color and filter editor. Oh, I didn't know they have this. Travel, food. Oh, cinematic. What are these? Retro. Oh, I don't have anything in here. So here's color, tint. Oh, exposure, contrast. Set highlights. Let's see if we get anything here. Highlights. Doesn't look to be changing the screen. Shadows. Why is it changing that box? Show screen source. Show source screen. Huh? Where's the picture? I can't see what you're doing here. What happened? No, don't apply. Cancel. Do you want to save changes? Your changes will be lost if you don't save it. Don't save it. Okay, hold on. So we're on this video. We went advanced setting here. Saturation doesn't do anything good there. So it's already on the video. Why wouldn't it accept my color and filter editor? Shouldn't it show me the picture? Oh wait, play. Okay, I got it. Move this picture ahead. That's what I need to do. So we're gonna go here. Let's look at the Earth like that. Let's go with a play with this for a second. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing, but sharpen. What sharpen do? Radius. Ooh, I like that actually. Threshold. I like that pixel hue, saturation, luminance. I don't know, they all had these things. Let's go luminance, saturation. Let's go hue. No, I don't care about that. Vignetting, feather, HSL sharpen, and what's this? Tint. Not really helping me anything there. And temperature. Not really helping anything there. Let's just apply that, see what it looks like. Apply. Okay. Just trying to see if I can figure out anything about that window. So here we got the Earth. I mean, imagine, how could that be the Earth from 130,000 miles away? That's the Earth out the window. You're on the other side of the craft. Okay, so is that window right there, right behind his shoulder? You see it there? It's right underneath that floodlight. There it is, right behind his left shoulder, and that is the light. Can be nothing else. He said, oh, hey, guy. I mean, what is going on there? Where would that light be pouring in from? You were just looking at the Earth. It's because the Earth, the big blue light of the Earth, is below them. They're in a plane. So, of course, when they turn on the lights and take away the exposure, now they get the Earth light pouring through. And you can actually see these guys tripping over themselves. Let's just press play from here so you can hear the issues that the director has. And by the way, this was never showed on the air. This is
excellent. The color, it's the clouds are, the whites are distinct. The rest of it looks like to me anyway, on the monitor I'm observing, is a fairly greenish blue, is the way I describe it. Over.
You know, it just hit me. It just hit me. The reason that they don't have stars in the moon footage is because of what I'm showing with the backdrop. You couldn't do stars with a backdrop like that. You need them to be able to move. Anyway.
It appears that the... Well, we can't observe... we can't observe much green from the spacecraft. Roger. On this monitor, the land masses appear to be just a darker grayish color rather than a brown. Well, it's true that we do not have the depth of color at this range that we enjoyed at 50,000 miles out. However, the oceans still are a definite blue, and the continents are generally brownish in cast, although it is true that they're tending more toward gray now than they were at the closer ranges. Roger, 11. We've been, I've just been vectored to another monitor, and sure enough, the browns are coming in a lot more distinctly on the IDA4 that we have up on our screen in the control center. Over. Okay, world, hold on to your hat. I'm going to turn you upside down.
That's like a transparency over that one window that looks like a bubble window. You can now see what it is.
11, that's a pretty good roll there. That's pretty sloppy. Sorry, let me try that one again.
I'm going to actually see if I can see anything in there, like a window. Do that. Back to where you were. I just want to see something here. If we could see anything better with that. Where's that advanced button? Color and filter advanced, yes. I just want to see this. Oh, I have to go to this time here, which was right about here-ish. Yeah, there. Okay. What is that? Strange. Okay, I'm going to try some more time. Saturation. Wow. I don't know if you can see that. It just doesn't look like the Earth at all. It's like so bad. Lights. Somebody tell me where there's continents there. Shouldn't we be able to see? Look at this. Nothing there. Highlights. Nothing. Saturation. Oh. Contrast. Kind of like that. Let's see what we get there. Let's see if we turn this blacks. Now, I can't pick up any kind of surface detail that I would even be able to say, oh, at least they tried to make it a comment. Let's see if we turn this down. Let's get some ugly. This one. No. Threshold. No. Hue. Nothing. Saturation. Nothing. Okay, we're just going to go with that one. We'll see that from there. Okay, here we go. Continuing.
Observe, we can't observe much green from the spacecraft. Roger. On this monitor, the land masses appear to be just a darker grayish color rather than a brown. Well, it's true that down the western coast of North America, would you estimate how far it extends down? Over.
It's like one weather pattern covering the whole globe. So, and you can see here, this is where you realize that they were on the other side of the craft the whole time zoomed in. Because they're not walking backwards, they just zoomed out, and now they're on the other side of the craft. So they were always there. These two things are connected, meaning that one's out the window, one is the window. And all of a sudden you realize there's your Earth that was just the Earth. Now it's behind his shoulder, but now it's just nothing but that light. Which can't be the Earth. This is a much worse video footage than the other one I had, but anyway, I think it's without question the most obvious thing ever. And going forward, I'm going to ask people whether or not they believe in the moon. I'm not going to talk to people who believe we went to the moon, because it means to me they haven't looked into anything. Matt Walsh has not looked into anything to say things like, oh, millions of people would have been on the lie. Everyone's sitting at their consoles would have. No, listen to Gene Kranz. Oh, by the 1960s, our simulations had gotten so good that no controller would have any idea between the difference between a real mission and a, what do they call it? Sample mission or a test mission or a simulated mission. Thank you. Simulated mission. And we don't need to watch this anymore. It's disgusting. I don't like liars. I mean, I get it. They would have been told to lie for their country. That's why, if you think back to when Alan Beam was asked if he would swear on the Bible, he's like, yeah, I'll swear on the Bible. He says, okay, and in the name of perjury, he's like, well, no, not perjury. What do you mean? Oh, no, it was, is it perjury that he said no to? I think it was perjury. But anyway, he didn't want that because that actually is like a death penalty, and it's basically like spying, and it's doing stuff that, and he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't say that. He's like, I'll swear on the Bible, but I'm not going to say that word, which is just strange. So is Neil Armstrong. If somebody came to me and said, Jaron, I'll give $5,000 to the charity of your choice if you swear on the Bible that you went to, you name the place, Vegas for the conference. Okay. Knowing you, Mr. Cybro, that's probably fake money. No, you faked the moon landing, bitch. Knowing you, that's probably a fake moon trip. That's what you mean. You're the one who lied, not Bart Cybro. Not Bart Cybro. But anyway, this is the most obvious, that they were close to the Earth. They lied to you about being so far away. They got everybody to watch it. They got. Oh, and you know what? I want to hear what. I already closed that. The one thing that guy said at the end of that conversation, where he was doing the analysis of the linguistics, and I don't think it's open anymore, is it? Nope. There's your scientific descent from Darwinism. A page full of thousands of scientists that all disagree, even though Lawrence Krauss said every scientist is believes in evolution. Sure, they do. Check out The Lost World, great video on Odyssey. Most of my old ones are great. We already talked about Mary Switzer, who Brenda just made up some shit because that's how much she believes in her religion. That she'll just lie for it. Who cares? What difference does it make? There's no God who's going to judge you for lying. You're actually getting the truth across, so it's really a noble thing to do, actually. Okay, get rid of that one. We got that one gone. And that's it. Okay, so I'm going to head out. I don't remember if I said I was going to do something else, but I'm getting tired now. And that was fun. What do we have tomorrow? Jeranism show. Friday. Should be fun. Tune in for that. Probably going to be about the same time, 6 p.m. Pacific. And I'm going to keep hammering. You're going to hear me a lot hammering these guys on the lies and finding these things that they can't admit and just keep poking the bear. Keep poking the bear. Make McToon, make FTFE, make Simon Dan say, yes, Stephen Hawking faked his globe proof. Because if I faked my globe proof, you'd never hear the end of it forever. I'd be the most evil demon in the world, and 5,000 people see my videos. But when Stephen Hawking fakes it, and tens of millions see it, and Nat Geo fakes it, and tens of millions see it, and Behind the Curve fakes it, and hundreds of millions see it, they have no problem with that. That's how degenerate these people are. That's how much of a piece of shit Wolfie is. You don't see them stand up and speak out against liars. They go along with it. Why not? They piggyback off of it. It's disgusting, and you guys should do something about it. You look horrendous. You look terrible. To keep showing up on debate shows and arguing on behalf of fucking liars. You are arguing on behalf of liars. And we see it. We see it all. Did I mention it's pathetic and gay? Just wanted to make sure. All right, I'm out of here. Much love to you guys, everybody, except for those who are perpetrating this hoax and those who are continuing it. Rather than stand up with your fellow man, you protected the American fucking government. The American fucking government, guilty of so many atrocities. It's an actual embarrassment to be part of this country, and you guys back them. I hope you can't sleep tonight. I really do. Because it's your fault we're in the middle of this. You could very easily grow some fucking balls, and I mean bigger than ping pong balls. Grow some nuts and be like, I don't care if people call me stupid. I can look at that film and know they're faking it. Doesn't matter if Neil deGrasse Tyson says they're not, or Bill Nye, or all these scientists. Doesn't matter. Stop being a cuck and listening to other men tell you what's true. Well, we're moving 1.2 million miles per hour right now because of math. Shut the fuck up. Do your own research is what I'm trying to say. Because when you do, you will never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. I didn't do super chats. Let me do that real quick. I don't want to leave those people out. Again, you guys are responsible for me being here. I want to thank you for that. So let me go find these super chats and see if there's any that I missed. Oh, we got a couple. Let's see what the score is here. We have liar, liar, fake rockets on fire, 94%. No, Neil is a saint and never lies. 6% of people are retarded. 6% of people are retarded. That's obvious. I don't know how you can. They went to the moon. They just, Jaren, it's weird. You don't understand how blue light works from the Earth. It actually shines like a spotlight in space, and then it flows through the window. It's just random. It's really weird. It's strange. How dare you question the great scientist? Yeah. How dare I? All right, let's go to the fan funding. We got a whole bunch. Let's see. Oh, we got a few. Boogle, thank you very much for the $1.99. We have GMAA67 Flatterson, $20. Thank you very much for the You Are Amazing sticker. No, You Are Amazing. Richard B. gifted 5 Jeranism memberships. That's awesome. Is that Richard Hart hiding? Richard, nice move. Taking Back Eden says, Ash conformity experiment. Absolutely. You nailed it. Charlie, thank you very much. $50. You're a nice guy. Hardworking Jaren. Cheers, mate. Cheers to you as well. RJ Cooper, $10. Very kind of you. Dan the Waterman. This is pretty good stuff, Jaren. Thanks. Thanks, Dan. Nice to see you here. Glad you're not muted or blocked or anything stupid. Melissa Schultz says, thanks for your hard work. And GMA67 Flatterson is backed with $20 and a woot woot and a yo-yo and a EE or something like that. So thank you for that. And we've got, let me go over to Rokfin, and then I'm going to be out of here. Rock 150. What's going on over here? You guys making it. This is awesome. Joan Anderson, thank you very much. Says, thanks for all you are doing. The world needs more Jarens. Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. Tiffany Vinci, thank you very much. $20. Thank you, Jaren. Thank you, Tiffany. Tony Coriolis in the house, $5. Thank you very much. Question the answers. Much love, my brother. You as well. And Edward Rainey says, thanks for the show. Keep up the sarcasm. Keep it flowing. $155. Thank you guys so much. I wanted to start putting a little meter on the bottom of the screen, but I didn't want to be embarrassed by it. But today we would have hit that meter, so maybe I will do that in the future. All right. Thank you guys so much. We're going to listen to a little music on the way out of here. Probably my parody, because it's the only one I have available here. Do I have anything that I can play from over here? Nothing. Nothing. What is that song? No. No. Well, maybe we'll listen to Bill. Let's listen to Bill Nelson on the way out here. Tell us all about NASA. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Jeranism Show. Reach out on Telegram if you need me. t.me/Jeranism. And we will talk to you soon. Do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till next time. This has been Jeranism. Much love to you guys. Thank you so much. Peace. That's not what I was supposed to play. That is.
Hi, I'm Neil Belson, your NASA administrator, so check yourself, bitch. 2023 is shaping up to be tremendous here at NASA. But we do need more money. Your donation will make you an immediate 33rd degree Mason. And that means you can wear an apron and hide secrets like we do, and that's really cool. Yes, we do fake everything we show you, but retards believe it, and so we will continue stealing money and presenting you with CGI. But we also will be providing you with an inclusive and a diverse staff. We are never going to stop fondling your imagination and reaching you in your unreachable parts. And we will do it bigger, faster, and harder than ever before. Thanks to the money we steal daily, we're committed to going to the stars in just 8 more years. Remember to buy Bitcoin. Did I mention that aero-arousal technology to probe space is right around the corner? And you should sign up soon. No, not for my secret society, the Book of the Snake. That's a Yale secret, and you're just a crappy citizen, and we here at NASA owe you nothing. Did we mention we could use some more money for our budget? But you too can be a part of the NASA team. Just be African American or female or trans. In fact, you can even identify as gravity, and you're in. Easy peasy. Eat your sugar pops, drink your fluoridated water, and study physics at any university. We know you can't get enough of our Fartimus. Fartimus has never been so engulfing as it is here at NASA. If you're wondering how old I am, the answer is 197. I am so old I fart dust. Or as we say here at the Cape, I Fartimus dust. If you're also wondering who told me to lie to you and the world, it was my father Satan. Now the main question on everyone's mind is who should be sent to your anus first? Which African American should plant the anti-white privilege flag on the surface of the moon, which, by the way, we will now color black or rainbow? The moon can no longer be white. Clearly it is a white as a result of the original paternal layout for the white man to inflict harm on his poor black brother. Just ask Lyndon B. Johnson. Also, the moon is being renamed as of today. It is now called the Rock-Hard George Floyd. At NASA, you will learn the health benefits of adrenochrome. You'll learn that we like children and chocolate ice cream. You will also learn about our new spacesuits, which are also black because only black is good. We even added lights on that helmet now as well. Space is good. Neil deGrasse Tyson is good. And many feel Caitlyn Jenner should be black, but we forgive them they and hope them they is first on the moon, followed by Lamar Odom. We bring in currently $70 million a day, and you people aren't happy that we brought you Tang and Velcro, even though Velcro was around before we were. Remember, we found Klingons on your anus. We sent the first all-gay crew past near-Earth orbit. Granted, many of the crew were disgusting, but you don't yell at the sun for being 867,000 miles wide. Here at NASA, you can identify as anything: gay, bisexual, trans, relativity, just not Republican. And I will have you know, we here at NASA really happen to love balls. All we do all day is fondle balls, CGI balls, cartoon balls, and hairy balls. We will welcome this year an intern. His name is Billy. I just had a session with him this morning and asked him all the important NASA questions like, hey, Billy, have you ever seen a grown man naked put on a spacesuit? It is simply breathtaking. I could show you sometime, but you are never going to join NASA, Billy, because you still are into disgusting heterosexual things, which really are racist, and you don't want to be a bigot, Billy. Be like NASA. Be hella gay and most likely confused about your gender. Don't just lick the globe, deep-throat it. Inch by inch, you'll get there, Billy. Come float through infinite darkness with us, where you can and can't see stars, where we lost that technology, and it's a painful process to listen to the retard Don Petit. He was selected from over 4,000 applicants. 3,999 of them were dead. But that's okay because Don Pettit always reminds us of the Magellanic Clouds and boofing cosmic stardust. Artemis 2.0 will be the size of 33 school buses and 2 flamingos. When we are done colonizing the moon in 2023, our next mission will be to a large black hole near your anus. Rumor has it smells like shit there, but you will probably have COVID, so you won't have a sense of smell. By the way, we here at NASA require only 1 booster for every meal you have eaten in the past 6 months. Here at NASA, we've been popping phallic since the early 60s, and I need to take a nap soon, as again I am as old as the hills. So, hold on to your hats as we spin 1,000 miles per hour and fly around the sun at 66,666.666 miles per hour. Oh, I forgot to mention our speed around the sun is 66,666.666 miles per hour. Thanks for your money and sorry about all the lies. Here's to NASA, to diversity and beyond.
Attention walnut shoppers.
Hi, I'm Neil